Chapter 2092. All right, I won't joke with you anymore. After a while, the old man of heavenly secrets told Feng Tian Wu the truth. After that he added, earlier I told you that the 6 absolutes heaven-defying, fate-changing grand formation was left behind by the previous successor of the fog rain progeny in her 7 absolute sect. He's also your elder brother Duan's master. As your elder brother Duan's master, do you think he wouldn't give your elder brother Duan any benefits? He must have his own reasons for not allowing your elder brother Duan to enter the 6 absolutes, heaven-defying, fate-changing, grand formation. For this reason, you don't have to worry about your elder brother Duan at all, the Oracle Man said in one breath. I see. Upon hearing the Oracle Man's words, realization dawned on Feng Tianwu. At the same time, she realized she had made a big mistake. At this moment, her beautiful face couldn't help but blush. All right, it's time for us to leave. Follow me to another place, and we'll be able to return to the northern region. The Oracle Man changed the topic and told Feng Tianwu, where are we going? Feng Tianwu, who had calmed down, asked curiously when she heard the Oracle Man's words. We're going to pick up my direct disciple. He's also the current successor of the prophet progeny, the 2nd absolute of the 7 absolute sect. When the Oracle Man mentioned his direct disciple, a satisfied smile appeared on his old face. It was as though he was very satisfied with his direct disciple, the current successor of the prophet progeny. Feng Tianwu's eyes flashed before she asked teasingly, Senior Uncle Prophet, are you looking for a little faker to inherit your legacy? In Feng Tianwu's eyes, the Oracle Man was like an old faker, and the Oracle Man's direct disciple was naturally a little trickster. That beautiful disciple of mine isn't a little trickster. In terms of beauty, she isn't inferior to you. The Oracle Man looked at Feng Tianwu with dissatisfaction and shook his head. A woman? Feng Tianwu was stunned. She had never expected that the Oracle Man would actually find a female disciple for the Heavenly Mystery Sect. Wouldn't that make her a female disciple? Of course, at the same time, Feng Tianwu was also curious about the Oracle Man's female disciple. What kind of woman would be chosen by the Oracle Man to be the successor of the 7 absolute sect's 2nd absolute, the prophet progeny? Although she hadn't spent a lot of time with the Oracle Man, she could still feel that he was different. He had very high standards and was very picky. It was not easy to be chosen by him. While Feng Tianwu was following the Oracle Man to look for the Oracle Man's female disciple in the central province of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. After traveling for some time, Duan Lingtian finally arrived at his destination. A vast and imposing city stood in the distance, and it was clearly reflected in Duan Lingtian's eyes. Looking from afar, the city looked like an incomparably huge beast, creeping there, giving off an invisible sense of oppression. As for the city gates that were wide open, they were like the bloody maw of a giant beast, swallowing everyone who came from all directions into its stomach. Why is it so lively? Before he got close, Duan Lingtian could already see many people entering and exiting the city. It only served to accentuate the liveliness of the city. This is the city of sin? Looking at it from the outside, I really can't tell what's so special about this city other than the fact that it's much bigger than the other cities I've seen before. Duan Lingtian could not help but think to himself when he got close to Sin City. Almost at the instant Duan Lingtian's thought left his mind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 swift sounds of wind whistling could be heard coming from Sin City. Duan Lingtian instinctively turned to look. Following that, 3 figures appeared in front of him and flew toward him. The person in the lead was an old man dressed in blue. The old man seemed to be in a hurry. His face was filled with anxiety. His eyes were narrowed, and he was extremely nervous. The reason he was so anxious was because the 2 middle-aged men were chasing after him. Moreover, the 2 middle-aged men were faster than him. They were getting closer and closer to him. Finally, When the old man appeared near Duan Lingtian, the two middle-aged men finally caught up to him. It seems like these two men are from one of the Sectless Cultivators' alliances in Sin City. When Duan Lingtian saw the two middle-aged men wearing the same long green robes with an axe embroidered on their chests, he could not help but wonder who they were. Previously, when he was still in Clarity City, he had learned from the alliance leader of Clarity City's Sectless Cultivators Alliance, Wang EFO. There were many Sectless Cultivators Alliances in Sin City. Moreover, each Sectless Cultivators Alliance was formed by a certain number of Sectless Cultivators. They gathered together to stay together for warmth and to occupy a place in Sin City. Sectless cultivators with ordinary abilities would usually join a Sectless Cultivators Alliance and seek protection if they wanted to stay in Sin City. Of course, while seeking protection, they would also have to contribute to the Sectless Cultivators Alliance. Old man Shui, are you still trying to escape? One of the middle-aged men moved in front of the old man and blocked his path with his companion. The old man was caught in a dilemma. The old man Shui, had a gloomy expression on his face. After taking a deep breath, he removed the spatial ring from his hand and tossed it to the middle-aged man who blocked his path. He quickly expressed his stance. My friends from the Ground Axe Alliance, the things you want are in the spatial ring. I've already removed the ownership of the spatial ring. I've already handed the things over to the two of you. I hope you'll let me live on account of my cooperation. As old man Shui spoke, his attitude became extremely humble. Duan Lingtian, who was standing nearby, could not help but stop moving. He looked at the scene in front of him as though he was watching a show. However, he did not notice anything. Apart from him, none of the passers-by stopped to watch. Instead, they avoided the two members of the Ground Axe Alliance and the old man who was being chased by the two members of the Ground Axe Alliance as if they were avoiding the plague. It was as though they were afraid of getting into trouble. The Ground Axe Alliance. This rogue cultivator alliance didn't seem to exist among the rogue cultivator alliances that Wang EFO mentioned to me. It seems like this is just a small rogue cultivator alliance in Sin City. After recalling Wang EFO's words, Duan Lingtian was certain Wang EFO did not mention the Sectless Cultivators Alliance, the Ground Axe Alliance. Previously, when he was at the Emerald Cloud Pavilion in Clarity City, when Wang EFO introduced the city of Sin to him, he also introduced him to some of the powerful rogue cultivator alliances in the city of Sin. Of course, it was just a rough introduction. Duan Lingtian remembered the names of the Sectless Cultivators Alliances. There was no Ground Axe Alliance. Based on this, Duan Lingtian was certain. This Ground Axe Alliance was an unranked alliance of rogue cultivators in the city of Sin. This old man, Shui, seems to have obtained something good, so he's being chased by the two people from the Ground Axe Alliance. Now that they've caught up to him, he's forced to hand over his spatial ring. Duan Lingtian could roughly guess what was going on. The thing is indeed inside. The Ground Axe Alliance's member who blocked old man Shui's way caught the spatial ring that old man Shui tossed over. After inspecting the spatial ring, he nodded at his companion. HM? As soon as the Ground Axe Alliance's member finished speaking, Duan Lingtian saw the Ground Axe Alliance's member's eyes turn cold. The Ground Axe Alliance's member standing behind old man Shui turned cold as well. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, the crisp sound of a saber and a sword whistling in the air rang in the air. In the next moment, blood splattered everywhere. Old man Shui was killed. The bloody scene before Duan Lingtian's eyes shocked Duan Lingtian. This is the city of Sin? At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally felt the atmosphere in Sin City, where people would kill if they disagreed with one another. At the same time, he no longer felt that Sin City was nothing special compared to other cities. Phew! Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief before he made his move. He was prepared to enter Sin City. However, just as he was about to make his move, Two divine senses swept over at the same time and enveloped him, giving him a feeling of nowhere to hide. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the next moment, the sound of wind whistling rang in the air. In just a blink of an eye, two figures appeared in front of him and blocked his path. It was clear they were not going to let him leave. Duan Lingtian took a closer look and realized who they were. The two people who had blocked his path with their divine consciousness were none other than the two members of the Ground Axe Alliance who had killed Old Man Shui earlier. Now that the two members of the Ground Axe Alliance had blocked his way, they were staring at him like hunters who had spotted their prey. I don't know that Old Man Shui, Duan Lingtian explained with a frown on his face. At this moment, he thought the two of them must have known each other. The two members of the Ground Axe Alliance had blocked his path because they thought he was related to Old Man Shui. We know you don't know that Old Man Shui. However, one of the members from the Ground Axe Alliance said with a grin on his face, Mastery, Exemplary, Saint Stage, Cultivation Base. Boy, this is your first time in Sin City, right? Based on the words of the member of the Ground Axe Alliance, it was obvious he had discovered Duan Lingtian's cultivation base through his divine consciousness. So what if I am? Chapter 2093. So what if I am? When the two members of the Ground Axe Alliance heard Duan Lingtian's words and saw the grave expression on his face, they exchanged glances and saw the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. How could an exemplary saint stage martial cultivator be so arrogant in front of them? Hey, do you know who you're talking to? The man from the Ground Axe Alliance who asked Duan Lingtian if this was his first time in Sin City asked in a deep voice. He was embarrassed by Duan Lingtian's arrogant question. I don't even know you. How would I know who I'm talking to? Duan Lingtian frowned. He looked at the man from the Ground Axe Alliance as though he was looking at an idiot. He was close to calling him an idiot. When the two men from the Ground Axe Alliance heard Duan Lingtian's words and saw Duan Lingtian's expression, they were dumbfounded again. After a while, the other man from the Ground Axe Alliance regained his senses. He smirked coldly. It seems like this kid is really a hothead who has never been to Sin City before. You don't even know what it means to be wearing the same exclusive apparel. I don't have many hobbies. My only hobby is to teach hotheads like you who come to Sin City for the first time a lesson. The man from the Ground Axe Alliance who asked Duan Lingtian earlier regained his senses as well. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, a hint of mockery could be seen in his eyes as he sneered. Hey, kid. Then the mockery in his eyes turned cold. It was replaced by a chilling gleam. I'll give you a chance. Remove the ownership of your spatial ring and hand it over to me now. Since the way you're looking at me pisses me off, I'll consider sparing your life if you cripple your own eyes. The man from the Ground Axe Alliance spoke in an unquestionable tone as though he was certain Duan Lingtian's life was in his hands. There was a reason why he thought that way. After all, he had used his divine consciousness to probe Duan Lingtian earlier. He had also discovered Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was at the Mastery Exemplary Saint Stage. He did not care about a mere Exemplary Saint Stage powerhouse at all. Son, I advise you to cooperate. The other member of the Ground Axe Alliance looked at Duan Lingtian mockingly. Based on his words, it seemed like he did not think much of Duan Lingtian at all. Although your cultivation base is only at the Mastery Exemplary Saint Stage, I'm sure you must have put in a lot of effort to reach this point. Instead of being killed, you might as well be blind. As for your storage ring, you won't be able to take it away after you're killed anyway. So why don't you hand it over yourself? What do you think? Although the member from the Ground Axe Alliance sounded like he was trying to persuade Duan Lingtian, he was in fact reminding Duan Lingtian, with your son's cultivation, it's not enough to challenge us. Hand over my spatial ring? Cripple my own eyes? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes before he smiled faintly. I'm afraid I won't be able to do as you wish. I don't like to torture myself. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian remained calm even when he was threatened by the two members of the Ground Axe Alliance. It was as though he did not feel any pressure at all. His calmness caused the two members of the Ground Axe Alliance's hearts to skip a beat. Faced with their threats, the purple-clad young man before them was still able to maintain his composure at such a time. How could he remain so calm? In this case, there were only two possibilities. First, this purple-clad young man had an impressive background and was not afraid of them at all. Second, this purple-clad young man was deliberately mystifying them. A hint of dread flashed in the eyes of the two members of the Ground Axe Alliance. They were afraid of Duan Lingtian's background. If you really want my spatial ring and my pair of eyes, you can come up and take them yourselves, Duan Lingtian continued to say. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian saw the dread in the eyes of the two members of the Ground Axe Alliance. He smirked disdainfully. If you don't have the guts, it's best for you to scram. Don't block my way. Duan Lingtian's words seemed to have ignited a fuse. The two members of the Ground Axe Alliance who had been suppressing their anger for a long time were instantly ignited. Son, do you think we can't tell you're deliberately mystifying us? How dare a mere mastery exemplary saint stage, brat act so arrogantly in front of us? The two members of the Ground Axe Alliance were instantly enraged. Although they were members of the Ground Axe Alliance now, they had never been looked down upon by a mastery exemplary saint stage brat before they joined the Ground Axe Alliance. Now that they had the Ground Axe Alliance as their backer, what was there to be afraid of? Even if the purple-clad young man before them had a powerful background, how could he be more powerful than the Ground Axe Alliance? Even if he was more powerful than the Ground Axe Alliance, he would most likely be an organization outside of Sin City. Even if an organization outside of Sin City was more powerful than the Ground Axe Alliance, they would not dare to touch the Ground Axe Alliance. After all, the Ground Axe Alliance was stronger than the Sectless Cultivators Alliance. In Sin City, the Sectless Cultivators Alliance with ordinary strength would usually seek a powerful alliance to back them up. In order to gain the protection of the Sectless Cultivators Alliance, the Sectless Cultivators Alliance would give the Sectless Cultivators Alliance many benefits every year. The moment the two members of the Ground Axe Alliance thought of this, they immediately straightened their backs. They were no longer afraid of the organization behind Duan Lingtian. The reason they thought Duan Lingtian had an organization behind him was because Duan Lingtian was traveling alone. After all, even those who had been to Sin City once would not choose to travel alone. Only those who came to Sin City for the first time would choose to travel alone, like a newborn calf that was not afraid of a tiger. Brat, since you want to die, we'll fulfill your wish. The member of the Ground Axe Alliance who had spoken to Duan Lingtian earlier snorted coldly. Then he made his move. With a raise of his hand, a sword ray flashed and swept toward Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! The sword light was swift like a shooting star that tore through the night sky, and his gaze was directed straight at Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! The other member of the Ground Axe Alliance made his move as well. He wielded a saber. As soon as he made his move, the saber ray was as bright as the moon as it swept toward Duan Lingtian. Humph! Faced with the two members of the Ground Axe Alliance, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he activated the Sun Saint energy that he had been accumulating. As soon as the Sun Saint energy appeared, a whirlpool formed with Duan Lingtian as the center. This was the whirlpool formed by Duan Lingtian's devouring tactic. In the next moment, a sword appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. This sword was one of the spoils he obtained after killing Yang Wu, the second son of Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, in the Black Turtle Sanctum of Zoroastrianism. It was 100 inscriptions, Saint Sword. Duan Lingtian did not plan to use the Jasper Celestial Sword because he did not think it was necessary to deal with the two members of the Ground Axe Alliance. Earlier, he had already asked Hua Lao about the cultivation base of the two members of the Ground Axe Alliance. Two cultivators at the peak of the quintessential saint stage. This was the answer Hua Lao gave him. The two members of the Ground Axe Alliance were only martial cultivators at the peak of the quintessential saint stage. With Duan Lingtian's current cultivation base, he could even kill ordinary powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage without using the Jasper Celestial Sword. Two martial cultivators at the peak of the quintessential saint stage who had not even entered the Saint Celestial stage were not worthy of him using the Jasper Celestial Sword. Whoosh! 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 The sound of swords whistling in the air rang in the air. Duan Lingtian had consolidated his 10,000 swords territory and shrouded himself and the two members of the Ground Axe Alliance, blocking the view of others. Naturally, according to Hua Lao, not many people were paying attention to them. However, to be on the safe side, Duan Lingtian still consolidated his 10,000 swords territory, just in case. Territory. When the two members of the Ground Axe Alliance saw Duan Lingtian casting his territory, they could not help but laugh disdainfully. At their level, would a territory still be useful? Since their attention was focused on Duan Lingtian's territory, they did not notice Duan Lingtian's territory. Duan Lingtian's saint energy was different from the saint energy of an ordinary mastery, exemplary, saint stage, martial, cultivator. They did not notice Duan Lingtian's territory. Duan Lingtian's saint energy had unknowingly undergone a huge change. With Duan Lingtian's current cultivation base at the mastery exemplary saint stage, his son's saint energy was comparable to the saint energy of a mastery quintessential saint stage powerhouse. This was the uniqueness of the sun saint energy. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had cast the divine ability, the devouring tactic, and raised the sun saint energy in his body to the point where it was comparable to the saint origin of a saint celestial stage powerhouse. Otherworldly, celestial. When the 10,000 swords territory was fully consolidated, Duan Lingtian summoned 3 clones with just a thought. Including himself, there were a total of 4 Duan Lingtian in the eyes of the 2 members of the Ground Axe Alliance. Nice divine ability. Unfortunately, your cultivation base is too weak. It'll be as easy as killing a chicken for us to kill you. One of the members of the Ground Axe Alliance sneered when he saw the 3 clones of Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he mobilized the saint energy in his body to increase the speed of his attack. He was getting closer to Duan Lingtian, whom he had locked onto earlier. Naturally, he did not think it was a big deal even if Duan Lingtian had only left a clone behind. Even if a mastery exemplary saint stage martial cultivator had mastered a high-grade divine ability or had comprehended it to its limit, he would not be able to do anything to him. After all, he was a martial cultivator at the peak of the quintessential saint stage. The other person had similar thoughts as well. He had a mocking smile on his face when he was about to say something. However, the scene that suddenly appeared in front of him shocked him so much that his eyes widened. An expression of despair appeared on his face. Chapter 2094. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. 4 sword cries rang in the air as soon as the man from the Ground Axe Alliance finished speaking. At the same time, the 100 inscriptions saint swords in the hands of Duan Lingtian's main body and the 3 Duan Lingtian's clones disappeared from the sight of the 2 men from the Ground Axe Alliance. In the next moment, the 2 men's attacks, one from the saber and the other from the Ground Axe Alliance, were destroyed. They only had the time to see the blade and sword lights darting out from their hands being shattered, but they couldn't see what had shattered their attacks. All they heard was the sound of 4 sword cries. Wait a minute. 4 sword cries. Did this mean there were 2 more sword cries? The 2 men from the Ground Axe Alliance felt chills running up their spines when they thought about this. Spurt, spurt, accompanied by 2 soft sounds, a hideous and terrifying bloody hole appeared between their eyebrows. Dazzling and eye-catching blood continuously spurted out from it. Blood splattered in the sky. turning into a demonic bloody light that resembled stars. It was as if they had turned into blooming red roses. This was because all of this had happened in Duan Lingtian's 10,000 swords territory. Most of the passers-by were not at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage or above. For this reason, no one else had witnessed this scene. Duan Lingtian would not show mercy to those who wanted to kill him. Hualao, help me devour their innate spiritual roots. After killing the 2 men from the Ground Axe Alliance, Duan Lingtian contacted Hualao and asked Hualao to help him devour the 2 men's innate spiritual roots. As the saying went, a mosquito is still meat. Although Duan Lingtian knew the 2 men's innate spiritual roots were not high grade, he did not want to miss this opportunity. Both of them have light green innate spiritual roots. Hua Lao quickly informed Duan Lingtian of the 2 men's innate spiritual roots. With Hua Lao's help, Duan Lingtian also sensed the 2 men's innate spiritual roots. He cast the divine ability, the devouring tactic, to devour the 2 men's innate spiritual roots. Your innate spiritual root has reached its limit. Now, all you need to do is devour another green innate spiritual root to improve your innate spiritual root to an indigo innate spiritual root. Soon after, Hualao's voice entered Duan Lingtian as Duan Lingtian was excited Duan Lingtian divine ability spiritual roots. Indigo innate spiritual roots. My innate spiritual roots cultivation base, cultivation speed. Duan Ling heavens. S. Duan Lingtian, Duan Ling. Duan Lingtian, Duan Ling. Duan Ling heavens, Duan heavens done. Duan heavens, Duan heavens, Duan. Duan Lingtian's heartbeat quickened when he thought about this. A peerless genius with a violet innate spiritual root was a genius who stood at the peak of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Duan Lingtian was naturally excited when he thought about how he would be able to catch up to those geniuses with his cultivation speed. It took him a long time to calm down. Hualao! After a while, Duan Lingtian finally calmed down. Then he asked, "Can my divine ability, the devouring tactic, help others devour their innate spiritual roots? For example, I can use the devouring tactic to devour A's innate spiritual root and transfer it to B's soul to help B improve his innate spiritual root." The reason Duan Lingtian asked such a question was because he was reminded of his family and friends. If this method worked, he would be able to help those around him improve their innate spiritual roots and allow them to break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage was also known as the Heaven Defined form. Once one broke through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, one would have eternal life. One's lifespan would be as long as heaven and earth. Duan Lingtian hoped that the people around him would have eternal life. That way, he would not have to watch his family and friends die of old age one by one. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he asked this question. Theoretically, there's a 90% chance of it working. Naturally, it'll depend on how it works. In response to Duan Lingtian's question, Elder Hu replied in a timely manner, "Naturally, the prerequisite is that you've comprehended and raised the divine ability, the devouring tactic to its limit. Naturally, your soul must be elevated to the Saint Celestial stage as well, since you'll have to rely on yourself to sense their innate spiritual roots when you devour their innate spiritual roots. I can't help you with this." Hualao finished his sentence in one breath. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Hua Lao's reply. An excited expression could be seen on his face. Duan Lingtian was even more excited than when he found out his innate spiritual root was about to become indigo. This was because the answer Elder Hua had given him was related to his family and friends. It was also related to his family. Fei, mother, father, Nian, Sealing, and the others. They'll be able to break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Heaven-defying form, and live forever. Duan Lingtian was excited when he thought about this. As for Kerr, She already possessed a heaven-defying violet, innate spiritual root. It was only temporarily sealed, so Duan Lingtian did not have to worry about her. As long as he rescued Kerr and asked Hua Lao to teach her how to remove the seal, Kerr would be able to recover her innate spiritual roots, martial, Tao, innate talent. Although Hua Lao had given him 2 conditions to help others improve their innate spiritual roots, Duan Lingtian had to fulfill them. First, his soul had to be at the saint celestial stage. Second, he had to comprehend the divine ability, the devouring tactic to its limit. However, in Duan Ling Tian's opinion, although he could not fulfill these 2 conditions now, as long as he was given time, he was confident he would be able to fulfill these 2 conditions in the future. Duan Ling Tian suddenly regained his senses, as though he had sensed something. This was because he noticed that there was a strange energy fluctuation coming from the robes of the 2 Ground Axe Alliance members that he was carrying. It seems to be the aura of a Tao talisman from this mundane realm. At the same time, Hua Lao's voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. It was obvious he had also sensed the 2 energy fluctuations coming from the 2 men from the Ground Axe Alliance. Tao talisman? Duan Lingtian frowned. He searched the 2 men's bodies for a while. When he did not find anything, he put away the 2 men's spatial rings and threw the bodies away. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian withdrew his 10,000 swords territory and flew toward Sin City. While Duan Lingtian was making his move, the bodies of the 2 men from the Ground Axe Alliance fell from the sky and attracted the attention of many passers-by. Those are the bodies of the men from the Ground Axe Alliance. 2 men from the Ground Axe Alliance died. Just like that? Who's that purple-clad man? He's so bold to kill 2 men from the Ground Axe Alliance, so close to Sin City. Isn't he afraid of the Ground Axe Alliance's revenge? This is how cruel the City of Sin is. Even if you have a backer in the City of Sin, once you accidentally kick an iron plate, you will not be able to escape death. When the passers-by stopped and sighed, their eyes involuntarily fell on the purple figure in the distance. From the beginning until the end, no one had seen Duan Lingtian's face. As for those who were close to Sin City, they did not know what had happened, so they did not pay any attention to Duan Lingtian who had brushed past them. Sin City. I've finally arrived. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh when he arrived at one of the gates of Sin City. Although there were 4 gates in Sin City, not many people entered or left through them. Most of them flew out of the City of Sin, or flew in from outside the City of Sin. As such, the 4 wide-open doors seemed a little redundant. Duan Lingtian followed the crowd and flew into Sin City. It's huge. Although Duan Lingtian had noticed the size of Sin City from afar, he could not help but feel the vastness of Sin City when he entered the city. After entering the City of Sin, he felt that he was so insignificant, like a fish returning to the sea. In the City of Sin, there were many main roads that ran through the entire City of Sin. There were countless alleys and alleys. On the main road, many people had set up stalls by the side of the road. The items in their stalls were either saint weapons, medicinal pills, or Tao talismans. Many people were asking for prices in front of the stalls. Duan Lingtian hovered in the air above one of the main roads in Sin City. He could clearly feel the bustling atmosphere in Sin City. Boom! 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 All of a sudden, a loud noise resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. At the same time, it attracted his attention. Duan Lingtian turned his head and saw 2 people fighting in the northern sky. Both of them were powerful. At the very least, Duan Lingtian could tell they were at the quintessential saint stage from their fight. One of them was a martial cultivator, while the other was a Tao cultivator. Initially, the martial cultivator had the upper hand. Later on, the Tao cultivator took out a few Taoist talismans and crushed them. With the help of the Taoist talismans, he killed the martial cultivator who was fighting him. However, although he killed the martial cultivator, the Tao cultivator was already at the end of his rope. What a great opportunity for me! At this moment, a burst of laughter rang in the air. Then Duan Lingtian saw another figure. A black-robed man with the symbol of a crow embroidered on his chest leaped into the air from afar. He flew high into the sky and killed the Tao cultivator who was at the end of his rope. Chapter 2095. When the black-clad man made his move, Duan Lingtian witnessed his strength. He was even weaker than a Tao cultivator when he was at his peak. However, since the Tao cultivator was severely injured, his strength was far from his peak. Therefore, he was easily killed by the black-clad man. After the black-clad man killed the Tao cultivator, he took the Tao cultivator's spatial ring. He took the spatial ring of the martial cultivator, who was killed by the Tao cultivator as well. Two idiots. What's the point of fighting? Didn't I benefit from it in the end? After the black-robed man killed the Tao cultivator, he was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he laughed and cursed before swaggering away. From the beginning until the end, the people in the surroundings merely watched. Nobody said a word. The people from the Black Crow Alliance are really shameless. Now, whenever there's a fight in Sin City, they have to avoid the people from the Black Crow Alliance to take advantage of the situation. That Tao cultivator was unlucky to have encountered the people from the Black Crow Alliance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have died. If he was at his peak, the person from the Black Crow Alliance wouldn't be as strong as the Tao cultivator. He took advantage of the fact that the Tao cultivator was at the end of his rope to kill him and take his spatial ring and loot. After the black-clad man left, the people in the surroundings began to discuss among themselves. As the group of people spoke, they sighed again. The people from the Black Crow Alliance? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. Based on the discussion in the surroundings, Duan Lingtian learned about the black-clad man's identity. He was from the Black Crow Alliance, an alliance of sectless cultivators in Sin City. The people from the Black Crow Alliance loved to take advantage of others. Moreover, they had the backing of the Black Crow Alliance. Even if they were to take advantage of the situation, no one would take advantage of them and take advantage of the situation. In that case, the people from the Black Crow Alliance are really despicable. Duan Lingtian had never thought of himself as a saint who would enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. However, he was disgusted by the people from the Black Crow Alliance. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he made his way in the direction the Black Crow Alliance left. No one noticed Duan Lingtian's departure. After all, there were so many people at the scene. If one of them suddenly left, no one would notice. He's really swaggering. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian had instinctively followed the burly man from the Black Crow Alliance. He did not plan to chase after the burly man. He did not expect the burly man would appear in front of him again. It seems that even the heavens want me to be a hero who upholds justice on behalf of the heavens today. Whether or not my innate spiritual root can transform into an indigo innate spiritual root depends on you. I hope you won't disappoint me. With that thought in mind, Duan Lingtian did not continue to follow the burly man from the Black Crow Alliance. Instead, he descended from the sky and arrived at a deserted alley. Looking around, Duan Lingtian swept out with his divine sense. After confirming that there was no one around, Duan Lingtian continued with the next step. Apart from the purple robes, I only have the Zoroastrianism disciples' uniform left. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to change his clothes, he discovered that apart from the purple robes, he only had the Zoroastrianism disciples' uniform in his spatial ring. Naturally, there were 3 types of Zoroastrianism disciples' uniform in Duan Lingtian's spatial ring. One of them was the Zoroastrianism disciples' uniform in the Black Turtle Sanctum. The other one was the Zoroastrianism disciples' uniform in the Saint Land. The last one was the Zoroastrianism true disciples' uniform in the Saint Land. Naturally, when Duan Lingtian was in the Zoroastrianism, he had worn the 4 symbols sanctum's disciples' uniform in the First Mind's punishment zone. However, he had returned the uniform when he left the First Mind's punishment zone. For this reason, he did not have the uniform with him now. Forget it. I'll just wear something else. In the end, Duan Lingtian chose the Zoroastrianism disciples' uniform in the Saint Land and changed into it. After Duan Lingtian became a Zoroastrianism true disciple, he had never worn this uniform again. It's better for me to change into the true disciple's uniform. Suddenly, a thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. Then he changed the Zoroastrianism's Saint Land's elite disciple's uniform into the true disciple's uniform. After changing into the Zoroastrianism true disciple's uniform, Duan Lingtian activated the disguising secret method, causing the muscles on his face to contort before it turned into another face. If there was in Zoroastrianism's Saint Land's elite disciple here, he would be able to recognize Duan Lingtian's face immediately. This was the face of the Zoroastrianism's true disciple, Buhong, who was ranked third on the true ranking. Buhong was originally ranked second on the Zoroastrianism's true ranking. After he was defeated by Duan Lingtian, he was replaced by Duan Lingtian. His ranking had dropped by 1 place as well. Buhong was unaware of Duan Lingtian's current actions. If he knew that not only did Duan Lingtian cripple his innate talent, but Duan Lingtian had also disguised himself as him and stirred up trouble in Sin City, he would be so angry that he would throw up 3 liters of blood. Buhong's figure is similar to mine. Even those who are familiar with Buhong would think that I'm him if they don't know me better, right? Duan Lingtian nodded in satisfaction as he touched his face. Whoosh! Since he had changed his clothes and disguised himself, Duan Lingtian did not stay in the alley any longer. He immediately soared into the air and chased after the burly man from the Black Crow Alliance. Soon after, the burly man from the Black Crow Alliance appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes, a Zoroastrianism's disciple. When Duan Lingtian flew out, he attracted many people's attention. After all, most of the people in Sin City were sectless cultivators. The sudden appearance of a Zoroastrianism's disciple from one of the 3 great sects in the Tao Martial Saint Land naturally attracted many sectless cultivators' attention. He's wearing the uniform of a Zoroastrianism's true disciple. Many of the sectless cultivators present on the scene had sharp eyes. They quickly recognized the uniform of a Zoroastrianism's true disciple on Duan Lingtian. Who's he chasing? Soon after, many people noticed that Duan Lingtian was in a hurry. Isn't that the person from the Black Crow Alliance? It seems like a Zoroastrianism's true disciple is chasing after him. When they saw Duan Lingtian was chasing after the burly man in the Black Crow Alliance's uniform, many sectless cultivators immediately flew out to join in the fun. Whoosh! 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 When the group of sectless cultivators flew out, the sound of wind whistling rang in the air. As a member of the Black Crow Alliance, it was only natural that the burly man noticed the piercing sound of the wind behind him. He instinctively stopped in his tracks and turned his head around. A Zoroastrianism's disciple? With just a glance, he saw the group of people chasing after him. The person in the lead was the most eye-catching. This was because that person was wearing the uniform of a Zoroastrianism's disciple. A Zoroastrianism's true disciple? The burly man from the Black Crow Alliance narrowed his eyes when he saw the flame embroidered on the uniform of a Zoroastrianism's disciple. As far as he knew, this person was a true disciple. Any Zoroastrianism's true disciple was at the Saint Celestial stage or above. A mere mastery, quintessential saint stage martial cultivator like him could not compare to them. He seems to be targeting me. The burly man from the Black Crow Alliance was shocked that the person charging toward him was a Zoroastrianism's true disciple. However, he suddenly felt the other party's aura locking onto him. Moreover, he could feel waves of murderous intent from the other party's body. He instantly realized the other party was trying to kill him. Friend from Zoroastrianism, I'm from the Black Crow Alliance in Sin City. My name is Jiao Tuesday. My second brother is Jiao Zhan, the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance. Is there a misunderstanding between us? I don't think I know you. The burly man from the Black Crow Alliance exclaimed in a panicked manner when he sensed the killing intent coming from the burly man and saw the burly man closing in on him. Jiao Tu? It's Jiao Tu! Jiao Tu isn't a good person. He's been doing a lot of bad things just because his brother is the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance. The sectless cultivators who came with Duan Lingtian were stunned when they heard Jiao Tu's words. They began to discuss among themselves. Perhaps some of them had never seen Jiao Tu before, but they were familiar with his name. Of course, Jiao Tu's fame was in the form of infamy. I don't know you as well. Duan Lingtian replied coldly when he saw Jiao Tu, who was standing a distance away from him, had spoken in a fluster. Jiao Tu heaved a sigh of relief. However, I don't like you, so I want to kill you. Jiao Tu shuddered when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Horror dawned on him immediately. At this moment, Jiao Tu's expression changed drastically. Duan Lingtian did not continue to fly at a leisurely pace. Instead, he activated the Sun Saint energy in his body that was not enhanced by the divine ability, the devouring tactic, and appeared in front of Jiao Tu at lightning speed. Logically speaking, Duan Lingtian's current speed should be comparable to Jiao Tu's full speed. However, since Jiao Tu did not escape in time, Duan Lingtian caught up to him. The reason Jiao Tu did not flee was because he knew it was impossible for him to escape under the nose of this true disciple from the fire worship sect. Therefore, he thought it would be better for him to use this time to exchange a few words and find a way out for himself. Friend of Zoroastrianism, your joke isn't funny at all. Jiao Tu took a deep breath and suppressed the panic in his heart. He forced a smile on his face as he spoke to Duan Lingtian. Do you think I'm joking? Chapter 2096. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold as killing intent surged out of his body. Even the sectless cultivators who came to watch the show could feel it. This true disciple of Zoroastrianism wants to kill Jiao Tu. Many sectless cultivators were shocked. They did not expect this true disciple of Zoroastrianism would chase after Jiao Tu to kill him. How did Jiao Tu offend him? Some sectless cultivators looked at each other in confusion. Isn't he here already? He doesn't know Jiao Tu. He just doesn't like Jiao Tu, so he wants to kill him. Do you believe that? I think it's believable. After all, the Black Crow Alliance is famous for being the aureole behind the mantis to take advantage of others in Sin City. Maybe this true disciple of Zoroastrianism doesn't like this and wants to kill Jiao Tu, who's a member of the Black Crow Alliance. Why do I feel that this reason sounds so ridiculous? There are many members of the Black Crow Alliance. Why would this true disciple of Zoroastrianism target Jiao Tu? Moreover, Jiao Tu isn't an ordinary member of the Black Crow Alliance. I'm confused as well. Jiao Tu is the younger brother of Jiao Zhan, the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance. Jiao Zhan is a powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. He's ranked at the 566th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. That's right. With Jiao Zhan's strength, there are only a few true disciples of Zoroastrianism who can defeat him. This true disciple of Zoroastrianism might not be one of them. Logically speaking, he shouldn't dare to touch Jiao Tu since he's afraid of Jiao Zhan's strength. The sectless cultivators who followed Duan Lingtian discussed among themselves. They were confused by the situation. Naturally, some of them felt things were not as simple as they seemed. Jiao Tu must have offended this true disciple of Zoroastrianism. Otherwise, why would this person want to kill him? Friends of Zoroastrianism, although I, Jiao Tu, am just an ordinary member of the Black Crow Alliance, my second brother is the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance, Jiao Zhan. When Jiao Tu sensed the terrifying killing intent emanating from Duan Lingtian, he realized Duan Lingtian was not joking. He immediately mentioned his second brother, Jiao Zhan. He seemed worried that Duan Lingtian might not have heard of his second brother, Jiao Zhan, so he added, "My second brother, Jiao Zhan, is one of the strongest powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. He's ranked at the 566th place on the Supreme Saint ranking." Jiao, too, heaved a sigh of relief after hearing that. In his opinion, now that he had revealed the ranking of his second brother, Jiao Zhan, on the Supreme Saint ranking, the disciples of Zoroastrianism would not dare to make a move on him. 566th on the Supreme Saint ranking? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard Jiao Tu's words. Yes, Jiao Tu nodded proudly. However, he did not dare to be as arrogant as usual. After all, although his second brother was strong, he was not by his side. It seems like this fellow from Zoroastrianism is afraid when he hears about my second brother's ranking on the Supreme Saint ranking. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked for confirmation. Jiao Tu thought to himself. The group of sectless cultivators who had come to watch the show shared the same thoughts as Jiao Tuesday. This true disciple of Zoroastrianism won't dare to make a move on Jiao Tu after he finds out Jiao Tu's second brother is Jiao Zhan, who's ranked at the 566th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. That's for sure. Moreover, Jiao Zhan is famous in the Black Crow Alliance for being protective. He's very protective of ordinary members of the Black Crow Alliance, let alone Jiao Tu, who's his younger brother. It seems like there won't be a good show to watch. Many sectless cultivators whispered to each other in disappointment. They felt the true disciple of Zoroastrianism would not make a move on Jiao Tu after he found out about Jiao Tu's background. However, would Duan Lingtian be afraid of Jiao Tu and not make a move on Jiao Tu just because he revealed his background? Naturally, the answer was no. If I'm not mistaken, my name seems to be on the Supreme Saint ranking as well. Duan Lingtian's voice rang again. His voice was calm, but the killing intent on his body did not weaken at all. In fact, it seemed to be getting stronger. Jiao Tu's expression turned grave when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. A true disciple of Zoroastrianism who's ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking. In the entire Zoroastrianism, including the monstrous prodigy who recently appeared in Zoroastrianism, Duan Lingtian, there are only 8 of them, right? The 8 of them are the 8 prodigies of Zoroastrianism. I wonder which one of the 8 prodigies of Zoroastrianism he is. The sectless cultivators' eyes lit up when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. At the same time, they realized Duan Lingtian was a true disciple of Zoroastrianism and one of the 8 prodigies of Zoroastrianism. For a moment, they were very curious which one of the 8 prodigies of Zoroastrianism Duan Lingtian was. May I know which one of the 8 prodigies of Zoroastrianism you are? At the same time, Jiao Tu, who was frightened to the point of panic, took a deep breath to calm his surging emotions and mustered up his courage to ask. In any case, you're already a dead man in my eyes. Jiao Tu's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. It seemed like this true disciple of Zoroastrianism was determined to kill him. It doesn't matter if I tell you. I'm Buhong, a true disciple of Zoroastrianism. Jiao Tu's expression changed drastically when Duan Lingtian reported his name. Naturally, he reported the name of the owner of his current face instead of his own name. Buhong. Jiao Tu's eyes widened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He was familiar with this name. In fact, most of the sectless cultivators present on the scene were familiar with this name. In Zoroastrianism, the 8 prodigies were led by 3 powerhouses at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage. Among them, Buhong was ranked 2nd. He was also ranked 2nd on the true ranking in the fire worship sect. Naturally, the sectless cultivators present on the scene had not heard about Duan Lingtian defeating Buhong in Zoroastrianism. Otherwise, they would not have thought Buhong was ranked second among the 8 prodigies of Zoroastrianism. In their opinion, Buhong was ranked second among the sectless cultivators. Buhong was the prodigy of the fire worship sect. He was ranked 421st on the Supreme Saint ranking. This was what the sectless cultivators present on the scene, including Jiao Tu, knew about Buhong. For a moment, many itinerant cultivators looked at Jiao Tu with mockery in their eyes. Using Jiao Zhan, who was ranked at the 566th place on the Supreme Saint ranking, as a shield in front of Buhong, who was ranked at the 421st place on the Supreme Saint ranking, seemed like a joke to Duan Tian. Would Buhong be afraid of Jiao Zhan? I didn't expect him to be Buhong. Many sectless cultivators who had regained their senses could not help but sigh. Apart from being ranked second among the 8 prodigies of Zoroastrianism, Buhong is also the direct disciple of the sanctum leader of Azure Dragon Sanctum, one of the 4 symbol sanctums of Zoroastrianism. It's said that the sanctum leader of Azure Dragon Sanctum is one of the strongest golden flame elders in Zoroastrianism. Some sectless cultivators knew Buhong's background like the back of their hands. With Buhong's strength and background, why would he be afraid of Jiao Tu? Soon after, a hint of pity could be seen in the eyes of the sectless cultivators as they looked at Jiao Tuesday. Remember to keep a low profile in your next life. Also, when you're on the road to hell, remember that the person who killed you is me, Buhong. Duan Lingtian's indifferent voice rang in the air while everyone was still in a state of shock. As the person involved, Jiao Tu's expression changed drastically. Run. In the next instant, without any hesitation, he turned around in a panic and tried to flee. At this moment, Jiao Tu no longer looked as arrogant as before. He looked like a stray dog that had lost its master. Whoosh! As though he could predict the future, Duan Lingtian followed closely behind Jiao Tu as he tried to flee. He maintained the same distance from Jiao Tuesday. From the beginning until the end, the distance between them did not change at all. In the eyes of the sectless cultivators behind Jiao Tu, Duan Lingtian was not lying. Buhong, the true disciple of Zoroastrianism, was deliberately toying with Jiao Tu. After all, most of the true disciples of Zoroastrianism were at the Saint Celestial stage or above. Only a few of them had become true disciples of Zoroastrianism due to their innate talent. Let alone Buhong, even an ordinary true disciple of Zoroastrianism would be able to catch up to Jiao Tu in just a blink of an eye. For this reason, they were certain Buhong was toying with Jiao Tuesday. However, they did not know that the fire worship sect's true disciple who was chasing after Jiao Tu was not Buhong. It was Duan Ling Tian, the monstrous prodigy, who had recently risen to power in the fire worship sect. The reason why Duan Ling Tian's speed was so slow was because he didn't use the divine ability devouring technique or the divine ability golden crow wings. Otherwise, he would have caught up to Jiao Tu in the blink of an eye. Duan Ling Tian did not use the 2 divine abilities because he did not want to expose his identity. Otherwise, he would not have disguised himself as Buhong. Currently, the Sun Saint energy in Duan Lingtian's body was comparable to the Mastery quintessential Saint stage Saint energy. It was similar to Jiao Tu, whose cultivation base was at the Mastery quintessential Saint stage. For this reason, he did not have an advantage in terms of speed. Buhong, there's no enmity between us. Why do you want to kill me? When Jiao Tu saw Duan Ling Tian following behind him at a leisurely pace, he thought Duan Ling Tian was just toying with him. He panicked and began to flee as he yelled at Duan Ling Tian. I just don't like you, so I want to kill you. Duan Ling Tian replied at a leisurely pace. Chapter 2097. Since he had decided to impersonate Buhong, it was only natural that he had to take everything into consideration. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian cast the divine ability, the devouring tactic, only after he was certain the sectless cultivators behind him could not see his movements clearly since they were too far away. Naturally, he did not cast it at full strength. Even so, a faint whirlpool still appeared around Duan Lingtian's body. The vortex moved along with his body, and wherever he passed, the heaven and earth spirit chi in the air was swallowed up by him. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's sun saint energy had risen to the peak of the quintessential saint stage. However, it did not stop there. It continued to rise. Meanwhile, the distance between Duan Lingtian and Jiao Tu had shortened. No, you're not Buhong. The sectless cultivators behind Duan Lingtian did not notice the divine ability, the devouring tactic. However, Jiao Tu, who was closest to him, could clearly sense the increase in Duan Lingtian's saint energy. As soon as Jiao Tu spoke, the sun saint energy in Duan Lingtian's body had risen to the level of the saint origin of a powerhouse at the first form of the saint celestial stage. At this point, the sun saint energy did not continue to rise. You only realized it now? It's too late. At the same time, Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Before Jiao Tu, who had a look of despair on his face, could react, a vast energy swept out like a gigantic beast pouncing on Jiao Tu's boom. A loud explosion rang in the air as Jiao Tu was engulfed by the energy from Duan Lingtian's palm. It was as though he had been swallowed by a giant beast. When the energy dissipated, Jiao Tu completely disappeared. Only a spatial ring was left hovering in the air. During this time, Duan Lingtian asked Elder Hua to help him devour the innate spiritual root in Jiao Tu's soul that had yet to dissipate after he was killed. Yellow spiritual root. What Hua Lao said next greatly disappointed Duan Lingtian. Jiao Tu only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. Although Hua Lao possessed a dark yellow innate spiritual root, Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root did not turn indigo after he devoured Jiao Tu's innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian was naturally very disappointed. Your innate spiritual root has already transformed to the brink of becoming an indigo innate spiritual root. From now on, even if you only devour a yellow innate spiritual root, it'll be enough for your innate spiritual root to transform into an indigo innate spiritual root. What Hua Lao said next made the disappointment in Duan Lingtian's heart disappear. Forget it. Sooner or later, I'll be able to transform into an indigo innate spiritual root. It's only a matter of time. Duan Lingtian comforted himself inwardly. After Duan Lingtian regained his senses, he raised his hand and took the spatial ring that he had obtained as a reward. Then he turned around and left the sectless cultivators behind, following which his figure also disappeared before the eyes of the group of rogue cultivators as if he had never appeared. Naturally, the group of sectless cultivators could not ignore Duan Lingtian's presence. Naturally, they were unaware of Duan Lingtian's true identity. They thought Duan Lingtian was the true disciple of Zoroastrianism, Buhong, who is ranked second among the 8 great prodigies of Zoroastrianism. Jiao Tu, he died just like that? Many sectless cultivators had a shocked expression on their faces. Although they could not see the movements of the true disciple of Zoroastrianism due to the distance between them, they saw the true disciple of Zoroastrianism was the only one who left. Jiao Tu had completely disappeared without a trace. That true disciple of Zoroastrianism, Buhong, is too domineering. Doesn't he know this isn't Zoroastrianism, but Sin City? Moreover, Jiao Tu's second brother, Jiao Zhan, might seek revenge on him at any time. Some of the sectless cultivators were shocked by the true disciple of Zoroastrianism, Buhong's boldness. After all, one would not dare to kill the younger brother of the Vice Alliance leader of the sectless Cultivators Alliance in Sin City if one did not have a certain level of confidence. Since Buhong dares to do such a thing in Sin City, he must have something to rely on. I'm guessing he came to Sin City with his master. That's possible. with his master around. Even the leader of the Black Crow Alliance won't be able to do anything to Buhong. If it was someone else who was killed, I might feel pity for them. However, I don't feel pity for Jiao Tuesday. Instead, I'm gloating over his death. I feel the same way as you. Jiao too used to rely on his identity as a member of the Black Crow Alliance and his identity as the younger brother of Jiao Zhan, the Vice Alliance leader of the Black Crow Alliance, to kill many people for no reason. This time he finally got what he deserved. None of the sectless cultivators present on the scene felt pity for Jiao Tu's death. Many of them even cheered for Buhong, the true disciple of Zoroastrianism, for his actions. Naturally, they were unaware that Buhong was not the true disciple of Jiao Tuesday. Instead, he was the new monstrous genius of Zoroastrianism, Duan Lingtian, who had recently risen to prominence in Zoroastrianism, had disguised himself as Buhong. Due to the fact that Duan Lingtian's disguise technique and the fact that he did not leave any traces behind, the only person who knew the truth was Duan Lingtian. After killing Jiao Tu, Duan Lingtian immediately left. He looked for a secluded place and changed into a purple robe. At the same time, his face began to distort as he reverted back to his original appearance. It was the new face that he had put on a whim when he arrived near Sin City. Naturally, although his current appearance was different from his original appearance when he was a member of Zoroastrianism, the difference was not too big. Both of them had dashing eyebrows and bright eyes. Both of them were extraordinarily handsome and had an extraordinary bearing. I've never heard Wang Efo, the alliance leader of the Sectless Cultivators Alliance in Clarity City, mention the Black Crow Alliance. It seems like it's just a Sectless Cultivator Alliance in Sin City, just like the Ground Axe Alliance. The Black Crow Alliance was not one of the Sectless Cultivators Alliances that Wang Efo had mentioned to Duan Lingtian before. That was why he thought so. Let's find a restaurant to sit down and get to know Sin City better. With that thought in mind, Duan Lingtian flew toward the city center of Sin City. He wanted to find a lively restaurant to sit down and gather some information. I wonder why so many itinerant practitioners have decided to settle down in the city of Sin, a place that is fraught with danger. Duan Lingtian had always been curious about this. Previously, Wang Efo, the alliance leader of the Sectless Cultivators Alliance in Clarity City, had kept him in suspense. Until now, he was still curious about the answer. While Duan Lingtian was looking for a restaurant, on the other hand, the Black Crow Alliance's base was not calm at all. Although the Black Crow Alliance was an alliance of sectless cultivators in Sin City, and their strength was average, they still had a place in Sin City. They had their own base in Sin City. Bang! In the Black Crow Alliance's base, Jiao Zhan, the vice leader of the Black Crow Alliance, was furious when he learned that his younger brother, Jiao Tu, had been killed. He slammed the table in front of him into dust. Who is it? Then, Jiao Zhan looked at the person who sent the message. His eyes gleamed coldly like a bloodthirsty, venomous snake. It was no wonder Jiao Zhan was so angry. In the past, Jiao Zhan had 3 brothers. Apart from Jiao Tu, who was the oldest, he had an elder brother and a younger brother. The 4 of them were sectless cultivators and had always been wandering outside. During this time, his elder brother, Jiao Da, and his 3rd brother, Jiao Hong, had died, leaving him and his 4th brother, Jiao Tu, to depend on each other for survival. Later on, he came to Sin City and formed the Black Crow Alliance. Since then, he had found a place to stay. As for his only remaining younger brother, he naturally doted on him. However, today he learned that his younger brother, Jiao Zhan, was dead. His only remaining younger brother, his 4th brother, had been killed by someone. It's Buhong, the true disciple of Zoroastrianism. Sensing Jiao Zhan's towering rage, the messenger shivered and replied with a trembling voice, "Buhong." Jiao Zhan's eyes widened when he heard the person who sent the message. He asked in a deep voice, "Are you sure the person who killed my brother is Buhong from Zoroastrianism?" Naturally, he had heard of Buhong. In terms of strength, Buhong was much stronger than him since he was at the third form of the saint celestial stage. Naturally, that was in the past. Half a month ago, his cultivation base had successfully broken through to the third form of the saint celestial stage by relying on his various techniques, combat skills, and battle sense that he had mastered as a sectless cultivator. He was not afraid of Buhong at all. In fact, he was confident he could defeat or even kill Buhong. After all, Buhong was only at the bottom of the third form of the saint celestial stage. This could be seen from his ranking on the Supreme Saint ranking. Jiao Zhan was not afraid of Buhong, he was afraid of Buhong's master, the Golden Flame Elder from Zoroastrianism, the Sanctum leader of Azure Dragon Sanctum. The Black Crow Alliance and the Ground Axe Alliance were in a mess. He's the one who killed 2 people from the Ground Axe Alliance and took away the spatial ring that contained the 1,000 inscriptions, Saint Weapon. The leader of the Ground Axe Alliance saw an image when he crushed the major mirror image talisman in the minor major mirror image talisman. In the image, a handsome, purple-clad young man had killed 2 members of the Ground Axe Alliance in a golden dazzling territory. Chapter 2098. There were many types of Tao talismans in the Tao Martial Saint land with many functions. The mirror image talisman was only one of them. Apart from that, the mirror image talisman was divided into the ordinary mirror image talisman and the minor major mirror image talisman. The ordinary mirror image talisman could be used to record the scene in front of one's eyes for a certain period of time. When one crushed the mirror image talisman, one would be able to replay the recorded scene. This effect was similar to the video and video recording on Earth in Duan Lingtian's past life. The biggest difference was there was only a picture and no sound. Previously, when Duan Lingtian was still in the Moon Illumination sect, he was tricked by someone from the Mountain Shade Black Markets branch using the ordinary mirror image talisman. The person from the Mountain Shade Black Markets branch displayed the image recorded by the ordinary mirror image talisman in the sky above the Moon Illumination sect's estate. It shocked the entire Moon Illumination sect and caused Duan Lingtian to part ways with the Moon Illumination sect. The minor major mirror image talisman did not refer to one Tao talisman, but 2 Tao talismans. Generally, they were considered a set. A set of minor major mirror image talismans consisted of a minor major mirror image talisman and a major major mirror image talisman. The minor major mirror image talisman was usually carried around by the person. It would constantly record and refresh the scene in front of the person. Until the person carrying the minor major mirror image talisman was killed, the minor major mirror image talisman would record the last scene of the person's life and send it to the major major mirror image talisman. As long as one crushed the major mirror image talisman, one would be able to see the last scene recorded by the owner of the minor major mirror image talisman. Who's he? The expression of the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance was extremely grave when he saw the handsome, purple-clad young man with an extraordinary bearing in front of the major mirror image talisman. The leader of the Ground Axe Alliance was called Yao Buji. He was a middle-aged man with a medium build and an ordinary appearance. He was the kind of person who would not stand out in a crowd. However, this ordinary-looking middle-aged man was the leader of a sectless cultivator alliance in Sin City. Apart from that, Yao Buji was also one of the strongest powerhouses at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was ranked in the top 300 on the Supreme Saint ranking. Through the major mirror image talisman, Yao Buji witnessed the death of 2 members of the Ground Axe Alliance. Moreover, they were killed by a terrifyingly young man. If it was just the death of 2 members of the Ground Axe Alliance, it wouldn't have been enough to make Yao Buji lose his composure. The reason why Yao Buji had lost his composure was because he had sent the 2 members of the Ground Axe Alliance to seize the 1,000 inscriptions Saint Sword. The 1,000 inscriptions Saint Sword was stored in the spatial ring that was given to the 2 members of the Ground Axe Alliance by the old man before they were killed by the purple-clad young man. If it wasn't for the fact that he was worried that he or the experts from the Ground Axe Alliance would attract too much attention, and that the old man wasn't a threat, he wouldn't have been able to deal with him. He would not send 2 members of the Ground Axe Alliance, who were merely at the peak of the quintessential saint stage, to snatch the old man's spatial ring that contained the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword. He had originally thought that it was in the bag, but who would have thought that a purple-clothed youth would appear out of nowhere? 2 idiots. Wouldn't it have been fine if they hadn't provoked him? Although Yao Buji had only seen the scene and could not hear anything, he could roughly guess what the purple-clad young man and the 2 members of the Ground Axe Alliance were talking about based on their mouths. Based on this, he realized that the 2 members of the Ground Axe Alliance had provoked the 2 of them. It was the 2 members of the Ground Axe Alliance who had provoked the purple-clothed young man, which was why the purple-clothed young man had killed them. It's a good thing I gave the 2 idiots a minor mirror image talisman before they left. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know who had obtained the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword. Yao Buji felt slightly relieved when he thought of this. At the same time, he felt his heart ache. An ordinary minor mirror image talisman was worthless. However, a minor major mirror image talisman was extremely valuable. Even the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance only had a few sets of them. However, he had wasted 2 sets of them this time. As long as I can find the purple-clad young man and retrieve the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword, it's worth it to waste 2 sets of minor major mirror image talismans. Yao Buji felt slightly better when he thought of this. The purple-clad young man in the scene was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had just arrived at Sin City. However, Duan Lingtian did not expect that the old man would be able to retrieve the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword. He did not expect the old man who was being chased by the 2 members of the Ground Axe Alliance would possess a precious saint weapon like the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword. Moreover, the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword was currently in his spatial ring. To be more precise, the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword was in his spatial ring. The reason for this was also because the spatial ring that contained the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword belonged to the old man. The old man's spatial ring was in the Ground Axe Alliance's spatial ring. The spatial ring of the Ground Axe Alliance's spatial ring was in Duan Lingtian's spatial ring. At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not know he had obtained 1,000 inscriptions saint sword, since he did not have the time to look through his loot. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was in a restaurant in the center of Sin City. This restaurant was one of the busiest restaurants in the center of Sin City. Duan Lingtian had been in the restaurant for quite some time now. He had gained a better understanding of Sin City. It's no wonder so many sectless cultivators want to settle down in Sin City. As it turns out, there would be a few sectless cultivators at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage who would take out some good stuff for the sectless cultivators to fight over. Duan Lingtian was sitting by the window in the restaurant when he heard the sectless cultivators talking about this. There were a few sectless cultivators at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above in Sin City. They did not belong to any of the sectless cultivators' alliances, but they had a high status in Sin City. They were loved by many sectless cultivators in Sin City. Every once in a while, these sectless cultivators would take out treasures that were considered treasures by ordinary sectless cultivators and throw them everywhere in Sin City for the sectless cultivators to fight over. These treasures included celestial-grade saint stones, high-grade martial tactics, rare Dao talismans, and 100 inscription saint weapons. Those sectless cultivators are treating the sectless cultivators like monkeys. Duan Lingtian could not help but shake his head when he learned about this. He had learned from some of the sectless cultivators in the restaurant that sectless cultivators at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above would take out treasures in Sin City and cause a commotion among the sectless cultivators. And every time, many rogue cultivators would die an unnatural death. Humans were greedy by nature. The items thrown out by a few rogue cultivators were probably just ordinary items that were not worth mentioning to them. However, to the sectless cultivators in Sin City, They were treasures that were worth risking their lives for. If one's unlucky, the treasures will fall into a crowd and have to be fought over. If one's lucky, the treasures will fall into a deserted place. Even a seckless cultivator with a weak cultivation base will be able to obtain them easily. Duan Lingtian sighed when he learned about this. Nothing else. Just this alone was enough to make many rogue cultivators fight tooth and nail to settle down in the city of sin. Perhaps good luck would befall upon them one day. After all, there were many people who thought they were lucky. It's just like the lottery on Earth in my past life. Although the probability of winning is pitifully low, there are still many people who fight over it. The amount of prize money collected in each round is in the hundreds of millions. At this moment, Duan Lingtian recalled the lottery on Earth in his previous life. Was there not a group of speculators who would fight to the death to buy it? It was all because of the pitifully low probability of winning. Compared to the probability of winning the lottery on Earth in my previous life, the probability of obtaining the treasures from the few powerhouses in the city of sin is much higher. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, the treasure vault left behind by seckless cultivators at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage before they underwent the heavenly tribulation and ascended? Soon after, Duan Lingtian learned about another attractive thing about Sin City from the seckless cultivators' discussion. That was in Sin City there would be news about the location of the treasure vault left behind by seckless cultivators at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage before they underwent the heavenly tribulation and ascended to the immortal realm. Everyone knew that regardless if it was a martial cultivator, Tao cultivator, or devil cultivator, once they had broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, they would have to face the heavenly tribulation before ascending to the Devata realm. The 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage was also known as the Celestial Ascension form. One would only have the opportunity to ascend after passing the heavenly tribulation. One could ascend immediately or wait for a period of time before ascending. Naturally, the period of time was limited. Generally, those who had passed the heavenly tribulation would not be able to stay in the mundane realm for too long. After a certain period of time, they would be forcefully drawn to the Devata realm by the celestial ascension force. Naturally, even powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage were not certain they would be able to pass the heavenly tribulation successfully. The heavenly tribulation was extremely terrifying. Many powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage were turned into ashes by the heavenly tribulation. Powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage from various forces would only leave behind saint weapons and Tao talismans that would affect their strength before they underwent the heavenly tribulation. They would leave the rest of their belongings in their spatial rings for the forces they belonged to. After all, even a spatial ring would be blasted into pieces under the heavenly tribulation. If one successfully passed the heavenly tribulation, they would not bring anything with them when they ascended. Chapter 2099. Powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage could leave everything they had to the sect before they passed the heavenly tribulation or ascended. However, there were many sectless cultivators at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. They did not belong to any sect, family, or friends. Before these sectless cultivators transcended the heavenly tribulation or ascended to the immortal realm, they would usually take out their spatial rings or items from their spatial rings and store them somewhere else. After the sectless cultivator failed the heavenly tribulation and died, or after he successfully passed the heavenly tribulation and ascended to the immortal realm, it would become a treasure trove that the people of the mundane realms would scramble for. After all, the treasures left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage before they passed the heavenly tribulation or ascended would be stored there. It seems like this is one of the reasons sectless cultivators gather in Sin City. Duan Lingtian discovered another reason why sectless cultivators at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage wanted to stay in Sin City after he learned about the treasure vaults left behind by sectless cultivators at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even he was interested in the treasure trove left behind by a seckless cultivator at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Would something left behind by a seckless cultivator at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage be ordinary? Naturally, the answer was no. However, Duan Lingtian did not hear any other useful information apart from that. After he had some food, he paid the bill and left. For seckless cultivators who had just arrived in Sin City, there were 3 options for a place to stay in Sin City. The first type was the residences that Sin City specially built for rogue cultivators. These residences required rogue cultivators to fight for them with their own strength. Rogue cultivators who were not strong enough would not be able to obtain them. The second option was to stay in a place provided by the Seckless Cultivators Alliance in Sin City. One had to join the Seckless Cultivators Alliance first. The third option was to stay in the expensive inns in Sin City. These inns did not only have ordinary rooms, but they also had independent courtyards and mansions. Naturally, the independent courtyards were more expensive than the ordinary rooms. Furthermore, a mansion was not something that an ordinary person could afford. Let's find an inn to stay at first. After all, he had just arrived at Sin City. Therefore, Duan Lingtian did not consider the other 2 residences and decisively chose the inn. The inns in the city of Sin were all owned by the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Under the protection of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, one would not have to worry about trouble if they stayed in the inns. It was much more reassuring. This was also the reason why Duan Lingtian chose the inn. After leaving the restaurant in the center of the city of Sin, Duan Lingtian found an inn that looked luxurious from the outside and walked in. The signboard in front of the inn had the words "Thank you for your hospitality" written on it. Guests staying in the hotel. Behind the counter at the entrance of the inn, there was an old man who was dozing off. When he heard Duan Lingtian enter, he immediately opened his eyes and squeezed out a smile. A Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. As soon as the old man opened his eyes, Duan Lingtian sensed the aura of a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse from his body. He guessed the old man must be a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. First form of the Saint Celestial stage. Hua Lao answered Duan Lingtian's question, confirming Duan Lingtian's guess. The innkeeper of an inn is a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. It seems like the Rogue Cultivator Alliance behind this inn isn't simple at all. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, "Yes, I'll be staying in the inn." Duan Lingtian nodded in response to the old man's question. Like most inns in Sin City, the rooms in our thank you inn are divided into 3 categories: ordinary rooms, courtyard rooms, and mansion rooms. May I know which one you'd like to stay in? The smile on the old man's face widened when he heard Duan Lingtian wanted to stay in the inn. How much does it cost? Duan Lingtian asked. Although he had heard that the rooms in Sin City were very expensive when he was in the restaurant, he did not have a concrete idea of how expensive they were. Duan Lingtian's horizons were broadened when the old man spoke. Ordinary rooms cost 1 third-grade Saint Stone per day. Courtyard rooms cost 1 second-grade Saint Stone per day. Mansion rooms cost 1 first-grade Saint Stone per day. The old man smiled. Although Duan Lingtian was mentally prepared, he could not help but gasp when he heard the old man's price. Expensive. Too expensive. The old man's price was only the price of staying in the inn for a day. Perhaps a day was not an exaggeration. However, how many people only stayed for a day? Is this your first time in Sin City? The old man asked with a smile on his face. He seemed to have noticed Duan Lingtian's surprise, but he did not reveal any other emotions. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. There was nothing to deny. It was indeed his first time here. Sir, the rooms in our declined guest inn are clearly priced. They are not as expensive as other inns. However, our service is definitely better than most inns in Sin City. The old man said confidently, "Perhaps our declined guest inn does not have an advantage in terms of the quality of the rooms. However, There are not many inns that can compare to our Decline Guest Inn in terms of safety. Our Decline Guest Inn is a property of the Mighty Tyrannical Alliance. Usually, there are powerhouses from the Mighty Tyrannical Alliance on duty. Once you stay in our Decline Guest Inn, you won't have to worry about your safety. The confidence on the old man's face grew as he spoke. Mighty Tyrannical Alliance. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard the old man's words. This was because he had heard of the sectless Cultivators Alliance before he came to Sin City. Previously, when he was still in Clarity City, he had heard the alliance leader of Clarity City's sectless Cultivators Alliance, Wang Efo, mention about the sectless Cultivators Alliance in Sin City. It was considered one of the stronger sectless Cultivators Alliances in Sin City. It seems like you've heard of our Mighty Tyrannical Alliance. The old man was very observant. He quickly noticed the change in Duan Lingtian's eyes. Yes, I've heard of it. Duan Lingtian did not deny it. After he nodded, he raised his hand and took out a first-grade saint stone as well and placed it on the counter in front of the old man. Shopkeeper, a courtyard room for 10 days in advance. All right. The innkeeper became even more enthusiastic when he heard Duan Lingtian wanted to stay in the courtyard room. After helping Duan Lingtian register, the innkeeper passed a token with the words Earth 27 on it to Duan Lingtian. The token was slightly heavy in his hand. It emitted a strange wave. A formation. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to detect the wave of a formation. Please wait for a moment, sir. I'll get someone to bring you over. At the same time, the innkeeper greeted Duan Lingtian before he took out a Dao talisman and crushed it. It took about 3 breaths after the Dao talisman was crushed. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, and a short but nimble servant appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. After taking the token with the words Earth 27 from Duan Lingtian, he led Duan Lingtian through the inn and into the backyard. Sir, this is your room. Soon after, Duan Lingtian arrived at a spacious courtyard under the servant's lead. There were flowers and grass in the courtyard. It was exquisite and pleasant. There was also a spacious room at the back. This token is also the room key. With it, you can easily pass through the hybrid formation that shrouds this room. At the same time, the servant returned the token to Duan Lingtian. At this time, Duan Lingtian saw a plaque with the words Earth 27 hanging in front of the courtyard. It was a perfect match for the token in his hand. The servant watched as Duan Lingtian entered the courtyard before he left. As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the courtyard, he discovered the surroundings had become quiet again. Not a single sound could be heard. It seems like the hybrid formation that shrouds this courtyard also has a soundproof formation. However, it's still a little expensive to pay a second-grade saint stone a day. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, a soundproof array could be easily set up by spending low-grade saint stones. In any case, Duan Lingtian finally had a place to stay in this unfamiliar Sin City after arriving at the Decline Inn and staying at the Earth 27 room. Meanwhile, Yao Buji, the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance, personally drew a portrait and made many copies before he distributed them to the members of the Ground Axe Alliance. Then he ordered, "Find the person in the portrait at all costs. Those who have information on this person's whereabouts will be rewarded with 100 first-grade saint stones. Those who bring this person back to the Alliance will be rewarded with 100 quasi-celestial-grade saint stones. As the saying went, generous rewards will attract brave men." The moment Yao Buji gave the order, the entire Ground Axe Alliance was in an uproar. Even the Saint Celestial Stage powerhouses in the Ground Axe Alliance left the Ground Axe Alliance with the portrait and began to search Sin City. This was because the face Duan Lingtian was using was the same one he had used to kill the 2 members of the Ground Axe Alliance. Therefore, it did not take long before the members of the Ground Axe Alliance discovered Duan Lingtian was in the center of Sin City. They even found out which restaurant he had eaten at. They even found out which inn he was staying in. Welcome guests at an inn. Yao Buji, the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance, could not help but frown when he found out Duan Lingtian was staying in the Decline Inn. He didn't care about a mere inn that refused to entertain guests. Chapter 2100. The safest place to stay in Sin City was the Sectless Cultivator Alliance's base, or the inn that was next to the Sectless Cultivator Alliance. Of course, in comparison, the inn was much safer. The strength of the Sectless Cultivator Alliances varied. If one joined a weak alliance, one would not be safe even if they hid in their base. But an inn was different. Although there were many inns in Sin City, there were not many of them. At the very least, not all Sectless Cultivator Alliances had the ability to open an inn to make a profit. Even if third-rate Sectless alliances like the Ground Axe Alliance and the Black Crow Alliance opened inns, not many guests would dare to stay there since they were not guaranteed their safety. Even the leader of such third-rate Sectless Cultivator Alliances was only at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. The deputy leaders and their subordinates were even weaker. Even if such a Sectless Cultivator Alliance opened an inn, it would only be a threat if the leader was there. However, was it possible for the leader to stay in an inn all the time? The mighty Tyrannical Alliance was not something Sectless Cultivator Alliances, such as the Ground Axe Alliance and the Black Crow Alliance, could compare to. The mighty Tyrannical Alliance was one of the top Sectless Cultivator Alliances in Sin City. It was said that the leader of the mighty Tyrannical Alliance was a powerhouse at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even the leader of the mighty Tyrannical Alliance, who stayed in the Declined Guest Inn, was at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. For this reason, even if Yao Buji, the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance, barged into the Declined Guest Inn, he might not be able to get anything out of it. In fact, he might even offend the mighty Tyrannical Alliance. It seems like I can only wait for him to leave the Declined Guest Inn. Once he leaves the inn, the powerhouses from the mighty Tyrannical Alliance won't be able to protect him anymore. In the end, Yao Buji could only wait. Apart from that, he had no other choice. I don't believe that you can keep hiding in the inn and not come out, Yao Buji said in a deep voice. His eyes were as cold as a knife. Ever since Yao Buji made up his mind, more and more people had stopped and loitered around the inn. Every once in a while, a new face would appear among these people. These people were the members of the Ground Axe Alliance that Yao Buji had sent out to monitor the situation. They had been loitering around the Siakulai Inn in order to keep an eye on Duan Lingtian. Once they discovered that Duan Lingtian had left, they would immediately track him down and report back to the Ground Axe Alliance. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was unaware that he had been targeted by the Ground Axe Alliance. However, as soon as he entered the guest room, he took a look at his loot and took out the 2 spatial rings from the members of the Ground Axe Alliance and the burly man from the Black Crow Alliance. Although it's not a great harvest, it's still not bad. A satisfied smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face when he saw the Saint Stones in the 3 men's spatial rings. This Sin City is really a perfect place for me to improve my innate spiritual root. In the city of Sin, there were plenty of people who hurt and killed people over a disagreement. The so-called evildoers accounted for more than half of the total population. Duan Lingtian did not feel guilty about snatching and devouring these people's innate spiritual roots. This spatial ring, it seems to belong to the old man whom the 2 men from the Ground Axe Alliance were chasing. Soon after, Duan Lingtian saw a spatial ring in one of the Ground Axe Alliance's spatial rings. The spatial ring looked familiar. It did not take long before he recalled where he had seen this spatial ring. This spatial ring belonged to the old man who was being chased by the 2 men from the Ground Axe Alliance outside the city of Sin. The 2 men from the Ground Axe Alliance had chased after the old man for this spatial ring. Could it be that there's a treasure in it? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he thought of this. At the same time, he dripped his blood on the ownerless spatial ring to establish ownership over it. After inspecting it for a while, his eyes lit up. Duan Lingtian only glanced at the other items in the spatial ring. He did not pay much attention to them. In the end, Duan Lingtian's eyes landed on a sword lying quietly in the spatial ring. The sword looked simple and unadorned, but it gave Duan Lingtian a different feeling. As a saint inscription master who specialized in the strange inscription Tao, Duan Lingtian had a keen sense of smell when it came to saint inscriptions. In this aspect, he was much better than ordinary saint inscription masters. Is this 1,000 inscriptions saint sword? After a brief inspection, Duan Lingtian confirmed the seemingly simple sword was indeed 1,000 inscriptions saint sword. It seems like the two men from the Ground Axe Alliance are after this 1,000 inscriptions saint sword. After looking through the other things in the old man's spatial ring, Duan Lingtian did not find anything valuable. Therefore, he quickly confirmed this. However, with that old man's strength, I wonder where he got this 1,000 inscriptions saint sword from. Also, how did the two men from the Ground Axe Alliance know the old man has 1,000 inscriptions saint sword? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Duan Lingtian was no longer the hothead he was when he had just arrived in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. After spending some time in the Zoroastrianism, he had learned a lot about the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. This included the 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon. 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon was a top-notch treasure in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. In the Zoroastrianism, the value of 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon was as high as 10 million contribution points. In the Zoroastrianism, apart from the high-ranking officials who were golden flame elders, and above who possessed 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon, only a few silver flame elders possessed 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon. Based on this, one could see how precious 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon was. However, such a precious 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon had fallen into the hands of an old man at the quintessential saint stage before it was snatched away by two men from the Ground Axe Alliance, who were also at the quintessential saint stage. If the two men from the Ground Axe Alliance did not provoke him, he would not have obtained the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword. In that case, I should thank them for provoking me and trying to kill me. When Duan Lingtian thought about this, he could not help but laugh. This was probably what they meant by the saying, "Nothing is certain in the world." Duan Lingtian no longer thought about how the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword ended up in the hands of an old man at the quintessential saint stage. Since the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword had fallen into his hands, it was already his. With this 1,000 inscriptions saint sword, the 100 inscriptions saint sword can no longer be used. I can use this 1,000 inscriptions saint sword in the future. As for the Jasper Celestial Sword, I won't use it unless I have to. When Duan Lingtian thought about this, he smiled in satisfaction. Although it's just 1,000 inscriptions saint sword, it'll still attract unwanted attention. The most important thing now is for me to raise my strength. As long as I'm strong enough to wield the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword, nobody will dare to covet it. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian did as he was told. With just a thought, he entered the 4th level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda and began to cultivate 9 dragons war sovereign technique. As soon as Duan Lingtian circulated his cultivation method, the heaven and earth spirit energy surged into his body as though it was free. During this process, Duan Lingtian discovered his cultivation speed was much faster than before. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. After all, his innate spiritual root was no longer the same as before. He was only half a step away from attaining an indigo innate spiritual root. At this rate, I'll definitely be able to break through to the peak of the exemplary saint stage in 2 months. Duan Lingtian made a conservative estimate when he sensed his cultivation speed. He was certain his cultivation base would be able to break through to the peak of the exemplary saint stage in 2 months. Once his cultivation base had broken through to the peak of the exemplary saint stage, his strength would increase as well. As time continued to pass, Duan Lingtian calmed himself down and began to cultivate. His strength continued to increase. Initially, it was only a slight increase. However, as time passed, the increase became clearer and more obvious. Zoroastrianism in the western region. No. In one of the floating islands around the Saint Island in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism, a hysterical and tragic cry suddenly rang in the air. This roar was like the roar of a wild beast, but it was also like a thunderclap. It was so shocking that several people appeared in the air above the nearby small floating islands. It's senior brother Buhong's voice. The few people who appeared above the floating islands were true disciples of Zoroastrianism. The floating islands they were standing on were also the cultivation grounds of true disciples of Zoroastrianism. Now, several true disciples were looking at the small floating island from which the voice came, and they were stunned. This was because they knew who the owner of the floating island was. It was none other than Buhong, the person who was currently ranked third on the true ranking of Zoroastrianism. Although Buhong had been defeated by Duan Lingtian, a prodigy who had recently risen to prominence in Zoroastrianism, it was only because Duan Lingtian was too monstrous. It was not because Buhong was weak. For this reason, Buhong was still a lofty existence in the eyes of the true disciples of Zoroastrianism. However, today Buhong had lost his composure and shouted. The few true disciples who lived nearby were at a loss. What's wrong with senior brother Buhong? I don't know. Ever since he was defeated by senior brother Duan Lingtian, I've never heard of him leaving his cultivation grounds. I didn't expect him to leave so suddenly today. Based on his voice, it seems like he suffered a huge blow. Could it be that he's still traumatized by being defeated by senior brother Duan Lingtian and can't extricate himself? That's possible. The true disciples discussed among themselves as though no one was around. In the end, they reached a consensus that Buhong was still unable to accept the fact that he was defeated by Duan Lingtian. Chapter 2101. No, this is impossible. How? How can my cultivation speed be so slow? How is this possible? In one of the rooms on the floating island, Buhong was lying limply on the ground. His eyes were glazed over, and his face was pale as he muttered to himself. He seemed to have lost his mind and was in a wretched state. He looked like a cripple. Not long ago, he was defeated by Duan Lingtian, the monstrous prodigy from the Zoroastrianism. Buhong was filled with grief and indignation. He wanted to work harder in his cultivation to reach a higher level. Duan Lingtian had defeated him and knocked him out in front of everyone. This was a great humiliation to him. He swore he would take revenge for this. He would kill Duan Lingtian in the Palace of Death and use Duan Lingtian's blood to wash away the humiliation he had suffered. However, just as Buhong was about to cultivate, he discovered he could no longer sense the heaven and earth spirit energy. Soon after some effort, although he could sense the heaven and earth spirit chi again, he found that the heaven and earth spirit chi he sensed was very weak. Moreover, the speed at which he absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy was so slow that it was as slow as a snail. I'm afraid his cultivation speed is even worse than those mediocre people who possess red, innate spiritual roots. This was what Buhong thought at that time. Initially, Buhong thought the slow speed at which he sensed the heaven and earth spirit energy was due to the after effects of being knocked out by Duan Lingtian. For this reason, he thought he would be able to recover in a few days. However, as the days passed, everything remained the same. Buhong's heart sank day by day. At this moment, Buhong finally realized a problem. He was crippled. He was completely crippled. What did Duan Lingtian do to me? What did he do to me? Buhong finally regained some of his vitality. However, his eyes were cold and filled with hatred. It was as though he wanted to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces. Find Master. Let's go find Master. After taking a deep breath, Buhong finally remembered his master, the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum of Zoroastrianism. Following that, the fire worship sect's true disciples, who were alarmed by Buhong's roar, also saw him leaving his residence. In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared from their sight. However, they could still vaguely grasp Buhong's whereabouts. Senior Brother Buhong seems to be heading in the direction of the Azure Dragon Sanctum. Soon, a core disciple recovered from his shock and exclaimed in surprise, "Is he planning to look for his master?" Another true disciple guessed, "Is he going to find his master to avenge him?" Another true disciple shook his head as he looked at Buhong's back that was about to disappear. A trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. Despite being a direct disciple as well, after being defeated, the other party did not show any signs of improvement. Instead, he complained to his elders and complained to them such actions were despicable. There were rules in Zoroastrianism. Saint land disciples, whether they were direct disciples or elite disciples, were not allowed to enter the four symbol sanctums without the permission of the sanctum leaders. Those who violated the rules would be severely punished. However, for some people, this rule existed in name only. These people were the direct disciples of the sanctum leaders of the four symbol sanctums. Even if the direct disciples of the sanctum leaders of the four symbols sanctums trespassed without prior notice, the sanctum leaders of the sanctums would definitely protect them since they were their masters. As the direct disciple of the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum, Buhong naturally had this privilege as well. After leaving the saint land of Zoroastrianism and entering the Azure Dragon Sanctum, Buhong easily entered the cultivation place of the high-ranking officials in the Azure Dragon Sanctum. Similar to the cultivation place of the Black Turtle Sanctum and the other three sanctums, the cultivation place of the high-ranking officials in the Azure Dragon Sanctum was segregated into a quiet area. This was also the forbidden area of the Azure Dragon Sanctum. Buhong's intrusion had alerted one of the Azure Dragon Sanctum's Silver Flame elders. Initially, he thought it was someone who dared to trespass. However, when he saw it was Buhong, the gloomy expression on his face disappeared and was replaced by a flattering smile. Buhong was the direct disciple of the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum. Moreover, he was the eldest direct disciple. With Buhong's monstrous innate talent, he would definitely surpass the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum in the future. Even if he did not become the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, he would definitely become a vice-sect leader. Such a person was worth it for him to try his best to curry favor with. However, the Azure Dragon Sanctum's Silver Flame elder soon discovered that Buhong was not bothered at all. Buhong, who was in a hurry, did not pay any attention to him, and he happened to see Buhong's pale and gloomy face. "What's going on?" Upon seeing this, not only was the Azure Dragon Sanctum's Silver Flame elder not angry, but he was also puzzled. Buhong was the eldest direct disciple of the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum. He was also a prodigy among the younger generation of Zoroastrianism. Why would he lose his composure? Don't tell me it's because of Duan Lingtian again. The Azure Dragon Sanctum's Silver Flame elder suddenly recalled the incident where Buhong was defeated and knocked unconscious a few days ago. After that incident, Buhong has been completely silent. Could it be that Duan Lingtian has offended Buhong again by coming here to look for Lord Sanctum Leader? The moment the Azure Dragon Sanctum's Silver Flame elder thought of this, his expression changed. However, that Duan Lingtian is really monstrous. I wonder where he came from. In less than a year after he joined the Zoroastrianism, he has already become the second prodigy among the younger generation of Zoroastrianism. When the Azure Dragon Sanctum's Silver Flame elder thought of Duan Lingtian, who had risen like a comet in the sect, he was shocked again. Even in the history of Zoroastrianism, Duan Lingtian's rise was unprecedented. "Master!" Buhong hurried from the holy land of Zoroastrianism to the azure dragon sanctum, one of the 4 symbols sanctums. When he arrived at the entrance of his master's mansion, he greeted his master respectfully. "Come in." Soon after, a loud voice resonated from the mansion. Based on the voice alone, one could tell the owner of the voice was a burly man. Apart from being loud and energetic, the voice was also loud and boorish. Buhong entered the mansion and walked to the front yard with ease. He stood outside the pavilion in the front yard, respectfully. In the pavilion, there was a middle-aged man with a sturdy figure standing there. The muscles all over his body bulged, causing the clothes on his body to appear somewhat tight, as if they were cast from steel. The middle-aged man, who looked like an iron tower, had a determined expression on his face. He had thick eyebrows and thick lips, exuding a majestic aura. He was none other than the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum, Lu Tai. Bang! A loud noise resonated in the air as Buhong's body became lighter. He fell to his knees and knelt in front of Lu Tai. "Buhong, I've embarrassed master." After kneeling, Buhong lowered his head and said in a hoarse voice, "Get up." Lu Tai said nonchalantly. His tone was calm, and it was impossible to tell if he was happy or angry. "Yes." Buhong did not dare to disobey Lu Tai's words. He immediately rose to his feet. However, he bowed and lowered his head as though he was too ashamed to face his master. "Based on what happened earlier, I've listened to Yen." Lu Tai's tone was as calm as before as he said, nonchalantly, "It's not unjust that you were defeated by Duan Lingtian. However, with your innate talent and indigo innate spiritual root, as long as you cultivate diligently, it's only a matter of time before you catch up to Duan Lingtian and wash away the humiliation. At that time, we'll just have to get our revenge." In the end, Lu Tai's tone changed and became much gentler. There was a hint of encouragement in his words. Lu Tai was very satisfied with this direct disciple. If it was not for his good luck, he would not have been able to take Buhong as his disciple. Buhong possessed an indigo innate spiritual root. With such innate talent, it was more than enough for him to become a direct disciple of a sect leader or a guardian of the fire worship sect or a vice sect leader. Among the Golden Flame elders of Zoroastrianism, he was the only direct disciple who possessed an indigo innate spiritual root. The other Golden Flame elders who had a direct disciple with an indigo innate spiritual root treated him like a treasure. How could he not? "Master, I'm afraid I won't have a chance in the future." However, when he heard Lu Tai's hopeful words, Buhong's body trembled as if he had been electrocuted. His voice became even more hoarse. At the same time, Buhong clenched his fists tightly. The veins on his forehead were throbbing. It was obvious he was extremely agitated. "What do you mean by that?" Lu Tai's expression darkened when he heard Buhong's words. Then, an expression of disappointment appeared on his face. "You're resigned to your fate after just one failure." "Resigned to my fate?" A bitter smile appeared on Buhong's face. So what if he did not resign to his fate? With his current cultivation speed, how is he going to seek revenge from Duan Lingtian? The gap between him and Duan Lingtian would only grow bigger and bigger until he could no longer catch up. What's going on? At the same time, Lu Tai also realized that there was something wrong with his first direct disciple. His face immediately turned gloomy. Buhong took a deep breath and told Lu Tai everything that had happened. He did not dare to hide anything from Lu Tai. "If that's the case, your talent seems to have vanished into thin air overnight." Lu Tai's expression changed drastically as he said, "I'll use my divine consciousness to check the innate spiritual root in the depth of your soul. Don't resist." Chapter 2102. How's this possible? After probing with his divine sense, Lu Tai felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His pupils suddenly shrank, and his face was filled with shock. At the same time, he cried out in disbelief, "Master, Bu Hong was shocked when he heard Lu Tai's words. Am I innate spiritual root? Is there something wrong with my innate spiritual root? If there was something wrong with his innate spiritual root, it was understandable that his cultivation speed was so slow. The only thing he was concerned about was his innate spiritual root. He wanted to know if there was a way to recover his innate spiritual root. If he could recover his innate spiritual root, he would be able to regain his innate spiritual root and regain his cultivation speed. At that time, he would still be a genius with an indigo innate spiritual root in Zoroastrianism. As long as he was given enough time, he might be able to kill Duan Lingtian in the future to wash away the humiliation he had received from Duan Lingtian. There's nothing wrong with your innate spiritual root. When Lu Tai heard Bu Hong's question, he shook his head in a daze. Bu Hong's eyes lit up when he saw this. There's nothing wrong with my innate spiritual root? In his opinion, there was nothing wrong with his innate spiritual root. As long as there was nothing wrong with his innate spiritual root, no matter what caused his cultivation speed to slow down, there would definitely be a way to solve this problem. Instantly, he let out a sigh of relief. There's nothing wrong with your innate spiritual root. Lu Tai hesitated for a moment before he finally revealed the truth in a deep voice. It's because your innate spiritual root is gone. Your innate spiritual root is gone. When Bu Hong heard Lu Tai's words, it was like a bolt from the blue. He was completely stupefied and collapsed to the ground with a look of despair on his face. Although he was in despair earlier, he still held on to the hope that he would be lucky. But now Lu Tai's words were like a death sentence to his innate talent. Since his innate spiritual root was gone, what talent did he have left? How could this be? Bu Hong was in complete despair. Duan, Ling, Tian. At this moment, Bu Hong heard his master, Lu Tai, roar. This was the first time he had heard his master speak in such an angry tone. Hong, or don't worry, I'll definitely avenge you. Lu Tai solemnly swore to Bu Hong with a cold glint in his eyes that was as sharp as a knife. Master, why you mean the loss of my innate spiritual root has something to do with Duan Lingtian? While feeling despair, Bu Hong also heard something from Lu Tai's words. It must have something to do with him. Lu Tai said coldly, when Duan Lingtian was still in the Black Turtle Sanctum, Lien, the Black Turtle Sanctum's first silver flame elder, brought his direct disciple, Gu Chun, to denounce him. He was the one who destroyed Gu Chun's innate spiritual root. At that time, nobody, including me, believed Duan Lingtian had such a technique. After all, those below the Saint Celestial stage wouldn't be able to sense another person's innate spiritual root with their divine consciousness. Even if a powerhouse at the Saint Celestial stage or above could sense another person's innate spiritual root, they wouldn't be able to destroy another person's innate spiritual root without damaging their soul. Li En and Gu Chun didn't have any evidence. Moreover, Gu Chun wasn't sure if Duan Lingtian was the one who destroyed his innate spiritual root. For this reason, he didn't dare to swear on the lightning penalty oath. For this reason, this matter was left unsettled in the end. Initially, I thought this was just a farce. I thought Lien and his disciple were slandering Duan Lingtian. However, it seems like Duan Lingtian really knows how to destroy a person's innate spiritual root. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence in this world? Did you lose your innate spiritual root after you fought with him as well? Lu Tai's words confirmed Bu Hong's speculation. His speculation was flawless as well. He had destroyed another person's innate spiritual root before me? Upon hearing Lu Tai's words, Bu Hong was certain Duan Lingtian had used the same technique to destroy his innate spiritual root. Hong, I'm avenging you. As for you, you can stay here and wait for the good news. As soon as Lu Tai finished speaking, he disappeared before Bu Hong's eyes without waiting for a reply. When he left, Lu Tai's anger soared to the extreme. Although he had two personal disciples, the one he valued the most was Bu Hong, his eldest personal disciple. now that Buhong had been crippled by someone else. It destroyed the high hopes he had for Buhong. At this moment, he wanted nothing more than to kill Duan Lingtian with his own hands to vent his anger. Since Lu Tai was certain Duan Lingtian had destroyed his direct disciple's innate spiritual root, he no longer had any qualms. Whether it was using the soul-searching secret tactic to force Duan Lingtian to submit or using other methods, he was determined to destroy Duan Lingtian. Unfortunately, Lu Tai was destined to fail. Currently, Duan Lingtian was no longer part of Zoroastrianism. Even if he wanted to take revenge on Duan Lingtian, he could only wait for Duan Lingtian to return. However, due to Lu Tai's actions, Lu Tai finally learned about this. Only then did he learn that Duan Lingtian had left the fire worship sect. At the same time, Dong Yuanjin, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall, also received the news. Duan Lingtian has left Zoroastrianism? How's this possible? Dong Yuanjin found it hard to believe. He had ordered people to keep an eye on Duan Lingtian, who had repeatedly humiliated his son, Dong Lin. How could Duan Lingtian have left Zoroastrianism? However, regardless of whether he believed it or not, it was a fact. This was because Lu Tai, the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum, had come to the enforcement hall to accuse Duan Lingtian of destroying Buhong's innate spiritual root. The enforcement hall had also sent out their enforcement elders to follow Lu Tai into Duan Lingtian's residence. However, they did not manage to find Duan Lingtian. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was nowhere to be found in Zoroastrianism. With this, it was certain Duan Lingtian had indeed left Zoroastrianism. He had left Zoroastrianism right under Dong Yuanjin's nose. Don't worry, father. Since we're certain Duan Lingtian has destroyed Buhong's innate spiritual root, he won't be able to escape punishment as long as he returns. Dong Lin smiled sinisterly. Moreover, I heard from Sanctum Leader Lu that Gu Chun, the direct disciple of Black Turtle Sanctum's Elder Lien, had his innate spiritual root destroyed by Duan Lingtian as well. In that case, he can be sentenced to death. However, Dong Yuanjin suddenly thought of something. He said warily, "Currently, I'm afraid everyone in the enforcement hall has learned about Duan Lingtian destroying Buhong's innate spiritual root. If news of this spreads out and Duan Lingtian, who has left Zoroastrianism, finds out about this, I'm afraid he won't return." As long as Duan Lingtian did not return, the enforcement hall of Zoroastrianism would not convict him of any crime, let alone send powerhouses to kill him. After all, it was impossible for them to convict Duan Lingtian based on the words of Sanctum Leader Lu Tai alone. Lin, I'm glad you thought of this. Dong Yuanjin was relieved when he heard Dong Lin's words. You've thought of this as well. Moreover, you've ordered a lockdown on this news. For this reason, this news won't spread out of the enforcement hall before Duan Lingtian returns. As long as this news doesn't spread out of the enforcement hall, naturally it won't spread out of the sect. It's impossible for Duan Lingtian to know about this. In the end, Dong Yuanjin's face was filled with confidence. Your wise father. Dong Lin's eyes lit up. An expression of admiration could be seen on his face. Dong Yuanjin could not help but frown. However, I still don't understand how he left Zoroastrianism. Dong Yuanjin found it difficult to accept the fact that Duan Lingtian had left Zoroastrianism under his watch. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who was in Sin City in the central region, was unaware that a trap had been set in Zoroastrianism. He was not aware that someone had already prepared a trap for him in Zoroastrianism. I finally made a breakthrough. Just as Duan Lingtian had expected, it only took him 2 months to break through to the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Naturally, the reason he was able to make a breakthrough so quickly in an environment without a soul-gathering formation was mostly due to his innate spiritual root that was close to an indigo innate spiritual root. It was also due to his hard work. I've spent more than 50 days on the 4th level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda. but only slightly more than 5 days have passed in the outside world. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, I'll spend the next few days comprehending the divine ability. When the room fee is due, I'll leave the inn and look for prey. It's time for my innate spiritual root to transform into an indigo innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian had already made up his mind about what he would do in the next few days. Naturally, the few days he spent here were the time in the outside world. Compared to 4 days in the outside world, Duan Lingtian could stay in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda for more than a month. After a month, Duan Lingtian left the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda. Although Duan Lingtian did not make a breakthrough in the divine ability he comprehended during this period of time, he was becoming more and more familiar with it. He was one step closer to making a breakthrough. After opening the door and walking out, Duan Lingtian had a pleasant expression on his face as he breathed in the fresh air that was filled with the scent of flowers and plants in the courtyard. Soon after, he left the guest room in the courtyard where he had stayed for 9 days and checked out. After checking out, he immediately left the Decline Inn. As soon as he left the inn, Duan Lingtian's sharp senses told him a few pairs of eyes were on him. However, they only lingered on him for a moment before they left. If he was not a weapons specialist who was adept at anti-tracking and anti-reconnaissance in his previous life, he would not have noticed the malicious intent in those eyes, even if his cultivation base was high. Chapter 2103. Don't tell me they're targeting me and want to kill me? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he no longer cared about it. It would be fine if these people did not provoke him. However, if they really dared to provoke him, he would just devour all of their innate spiritual roots. Currently, his innate spiritual root was only a little bit away from becoming an indigo innate spiritual root. Walao, what's the cultivation base of these people? However, out of concern for his own safety, Duan Lingtian still asked Elder Hua to help him investigate the cultivation base of these people who were staring at him with ill intentions. When Hua Lao heard Duan Lingtian's question, he immediately replied to Duan Lingtian, They're all at the quintessential saint stage. They're nothing to you. Quintessential saint stage? Duan Lingtian chuckled when he heard the answer from Hua Lao. Do I look like a weakling? Even a few small fries at the quintessential saint stage dare to target me? Fortunately, the people who were secretly monitoring him did not hear Duan Lingtian's words. Otherwise, they would be so angry that they would throw up blood. No matter what, they were still at the quintessential saint stage. Although they were not the best in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, they were still considered to be above average. However, in Duan Lingtian's mouth, they had actually become shrimps. Moreover, Duan Lingtian seemed to have completely forgotten about it. Based on his current cultivation base, he was only at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Anyone who was at the quintessential saint stage or above would not take him seriously after probing his current cultivation base. They would only think of him as an ordinary exemplary saint stage martial cultivator. So, after Duan Lingtian found out the people who were staring at him with ill intentions were only at the quintessential saint stage, he no longer had any concerns. He immediately flew away from the Decline Inn, and according to Hua Lao's answer just now, those people could threaten him, so he would return to the Decline Guest Inn to renew the room. If we really can't afford to offend them, can't we just avoid them? Although it was important to improve his innate spiritual root, it was not as important as his own life. Duan Lingtian was very clear about this. After Duan Lingtian left the inn, he left. Your group will continue to follow him. Our group will return to the Alliance and report this matter to the Alliance leader. All right. The group of people who had been staring at Duan Lingtian with ill intentions quickly divided into 2 groups. One group followed Duan Lingtian, while the other went in the opposite direction. These people were from the Ground Axe Alliance. The group that went in the opposite direction made their way to the Ground Axe Alliance's estate. Their goal was to return to the Ground Axe Alliance's estate and report to the Alliance leader that their target had left the Decline Guest Inn. They could sense the Alliance leader's high regard for this person, so they did not dare to neglect him. HM, not all of them are following me. Could it be that they're not a group? When Duan Lingtian saw the group of people from the Ground Axe Alliance following him, he noticed many of them had left. For this reason, he guessed they were not a group. Humph! Duan Lingtian snorted inwardly as he flew out of Fallen City. Soon after, he left Sin City. Naturally, Duan Lingtian's speed was not fast. It was similar to an ordinary martial cultivator at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. He's left Sin City. After Duan Lingtian left Sin City, the group of people from the Ground Axe Alliance who were following him was stunned. Should we still follow him? Of course. Lord Alliance leader has ordered us to follow him as soon as he leaves the inn. Don't lose him. Based on this person's speed, I'm afraid his cultivation base is only at the exemplary saint stage. I really don't know why Lord Alliance leader thinks so highly of him and even promised such a ridiculous reward for him. Judging by the time, Lord Alliance leader should be here soon. After Duan Lingtian left Sin City, the group of people from the Ground Axe Alliance followed him. Naturally, in order to avoid alerting the enemy, they still kept a distance from Duan Lingtian. Little did they know Duan Lingtian had already noticed them. Let's do it here. After leaving Sin City, Duan Lingtian, who was flying north, saw a mountain forest with a complicated terrain. His eyes gleamed as he thought of something. Before he left the city of Sin, he had a thought in his mind. He wanted to find a place where the people who were following him would not be able to hide. At that time, he would like to ask these people what they wanted to do. If they could not provide him with an answer, he did not mind turning their innate spiritual roots into nourishment for his innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian had his eyes on the mountain forest with a complicated terrain. He wanted to find a place where the people behind him would not be able to hide. After arriving near the mountain forest, Duan Lingtian continued to fly forward as he descended from the sky. Swoosh! He seemed to have turned into a parabola as he descended into the mountain forest. At the same time, he disappeared from the sight of the group of people from the Ground Axe Alliance. What's that guy doing here? Don't tell me there's something good here. Don't tell me it's a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? The group of people from the Ground Axe Alliance could not help but discuss among themselves when they saw Duan Lingtian disappearing into the mountain forest. As they discussed animatedly, their eyes couldn't help but light up. After all, the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance had asked them to follow the purple-clad young man. Since the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance was so concerned about the purple-clad young man whose cultivation base was only at the exemplary saint stage, they did not believe the purple-clad young man had nothing to do with them. If it's really a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Ground Axe Alliance is going to strike gold this time. Many of the people from the Ground Axe Alliance's eyes lit up. As members of the Ground Axe Alliance, even if they could not obtain any treasures from the treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, they would still be able to benefit from following the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance. He has already entered the mountain forest. Let's follow him. Don't lose him. One of the members from the Ground Axe Alliance suddenly said. His voice was loud, causing the other members from the Ground Axe Alliance to snap out of their daze. That's right. We can't lose him. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Immediately, a group of Ground Axe Alliance's members descended from the sky and entered the mountainous forest with complicated terrain. They were stunned when they entered the mountain forest because they discovered that the purple-clothed youth they were following had completely disappeared after entering the forest. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air before their eyes. He's gone. We didn't arrive much later than him. Why did he suddenly disappear? With his speed, it's impossible for him to shake us off even if we're quite a distance away from him. The group of people from the Ground Axe Alliance was dumbfounded when they entered the mountain forest. They felt that something was amiss. If the purple-clad young man was really at the exemplary saint stage, even if he was at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, it was impossible for him to disappear from their sight in such a short time. What's going on? Did we lose him? If Lord Leader finds out we've lost him, based on how much Lord Leader values that person, I'm afraid we'll be severely punished. Punishment is one thing, but I'm afraid the Ground Axe Alliance will miss the treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The members of the Ground Axe Alliance looked at each other anxiously. Why don't we split into a few groups and look for him separately? One of the members from the Ground Axe Alliance suggested. How about this? There are 9 of us here. We'll split into 3 groups. Each group will have 3 people. We'll look for the purple-clad young man in the north, west, and east. What do you think? Another member of the Ground Axe Alliance agreed and gave his own suggestion. The other 8 people agreed to his suggestion as well. Let's go. One of the members from the Ground Axe Alliance shouted. The 9 members from the Ground Axe Alliance were about to split into 3 groups and search in 3 different directions. There's no need to search. I'm here. A voice that seemed to come from all directions rang in the air. It clearly entered the ears of the members from the Ground Axe Alliance, causing their expressions to change drastically. Immediately after, their pupils constricted. That was because a person had suddenly appeared before their eyes. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. This speed, naturally, the members from the Ground Axe Alliance did not think the person had appeared out of thin air. Due to this reason, they felt chills running down their spines when they saw the person had appeared out of thin air. Among these people, the strongest ones were at the peak of the quintessential saint stage, while the rest were at the intermediate quintessential saint stage or the mastery quintessential saint stage. However, they did not see the purple-clad young man's figure when he appeared. A Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. The same thought appeared in the minds of the 9 members from the Ground Axe Alliance at once. It was precisely because of this that their expressions had completely changed. Oh God, the person they were tailing was a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse? To think they had thought the person was only at the exemplary saint stage due to his slow speed. However, it seemed like the person had done it on purpose. Perhaps the person had discovered them long ago. The person who had appeared out of thin air in front of the 9 members of the Ground Axe Alliance was, naturally, Duan Lingtian. He had used the tactic of luring the enemy into a trap to expose the 9 people who were tailing him. All of you are from the Ground Axe Alliance. Chapter 2104. As soon as Duan Lingtian asked this question, his sun saint energy that had been boosted by the divine ability, the devouring tactic emitted a terrifying aura that swept toward the members of the Ground Axe Alliance. With Duan Lingtian's current cultivation base at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, his sun saint energy was comparable to the saint energy of an ordinary quintessential saint stage martial cultivator, even without the help of the devouring tactic. With the help of the divine ability, the devouring tactic, his saint origin was comparable to a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. For this reason, the aura of Duan Lingtian's sun saint energy pressed down on the members of the Ground Axe Alliance, causing them to tremble violently as their faces turned pale. It was obvious they were under great pressure. Yes, my lord. A few members with a weaker cultivation base were the first to succumb to the pressure. They replied in a trembling voice. At the same time, they lowered their heads humbly, not daring to look at Duan Lingtian. The remaining members of the Ground Axe Alliance did not dare to slack off when they realized Duan Lingtian was a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. At this moment, They could not help but feel resentment toward the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance. If they had known the purple-clad young man was a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse, they would not have dared to follow him even if they were given 100 guts. Facing a group of Ground Axe Alliance members who were almost scared out of their wits, the rest was simple. No matter what Duan Lingtian asked, they did not dare to hide anything from Duan Lingtian. The leader of the Ground Axe Alliance has his eyes on me. At the same time, Duan Lingtian learned that Duan Lingtian had been sent by the Ground Axe Alliance. These members of the Ground Axe Alliance were sent by Yao Buji, the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance, to keep an eye on him. As for why Yao Buji would target him, the members of the Ground Axe Alliance had no idea. However, they guessed he had information about the treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless when he heard the members of the Ground Axe Alliance's speculations. He did not expect the members of the Ground Axe Alliance to be so imaginative. This is strange. Why would the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance have his eyes on me? Duan Lingtian naturally was puzzled. He was certain, when he had killed the 2 members of the Ground Axe Alliance outside the City of Sin, no one had seen his face clearly. That's right. After the 2 members of the Ground Axe Alliance died, I sensed a Tao talisman fluctuation from their bodies. Could it have something to do with that? Duan Lingtian was Duan Lingtian's Tao sect, had a Tao origin body. Duan Lingtian could not help but ask Elder Huo when he thought of this. It's a possibility. Tao talismans used body, used Tao talismans of the Tao talismans on the talismans, was sect, consumed Tao talismans. This means the 2 Tao talismans can be activated automatically if the owner of the Tao talisman is dead. I think the 2 Tao talismans must have the ability to transmit images. They must have transmitted the scene of you killing the 2 members of the Ground Axe Alliance to the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance through the Tao talisman's power. Hua Lao said, "There's such a Tao talisman." Duan Lingtian was shocked by Hua Lao's words. He found it hard to believe there was such a Tao talisman in this world. There must be. Hua Lao answered Duan Lingtian's question with certainty. Duan Lingtian had no choice but to believe it. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, "It seems like I should learn more about the Tao talismans in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land when I return to Sin City. Even if I killed 2 members of the Ground Axe Alliance, there's no need for the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance to make such a big fuss over it. Could it be because of the 1,000 inscriptions Saint Sword?" Duan Lingtian thought about the 1,000 inscriptions Saint Sword he had found in the spatial ring of one of the members of the Ground Axe Alliance. The 1,000 inscriptions Saint Sword belonged to the old man who was killed by the 2 members of the Ground Axe Alliance. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he was even more certain of his guess. What's the cultivation base of the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance? Apart from the leader, what's the cultivation base of the other high-ranking officials? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice as he looked at the members of the Ground Axe Alliance. Duan Lingtian learned from the members of the Ground Axe Alliance that the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance was the strongest. The strongest person in the Ground Axe Alliance was Yao Buji. He was at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was also the only powerhouse at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Ground Axe Alliance. Although Yao Buji's strength was not the strongest among all the powerhouses at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land, he could easily be ranked in the upper middle. Similarly, Duan Lingtian was a powerhouse at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage. Before Duan Lingtian defeated Buhong in the Zoroastrianism tournament, he was ranked at the 421st place on the Supreme Saint ranking. Yao Buji, the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance, was ranked at the 266th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. Based on this, one could see the gap between the 2 of them. The Ground Axe Alliance only has one powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was not afraid, even if he knew Yao Buji was much stronger than Buhong. With his current strength and the Jasper Celestial Sword, he could kill Yao Buji in a blink of an eye if Yao Buji was not at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage or above. Yao Buji was the only powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Spiritual Eyes form in the Ground Axe Alliance. In other words, Duan Lingtian was the only one. Apart from Yao Buji, no one else in the Ground Axe Alliance could capture the Jasper Celestial Sword when Duan Lingtian activated the third stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. As for Yao Buji, he might be able to vaguely capture the Jasper Celestial Sword. However, at that time he would be a dead man. The 9 of you, do you want to live or die? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently as he looked at the 9 members of the Ground Axe Alliance. His voice was so calm that it was impossible to tell if he was happy or angry. My lord, I want to live. My lord, I want to live as well. The 9 members of the Ground Axe Alliance heard Duan Lingtian's words and expressed their opinions one after another. They gave the same answer to Duan Lingtian. What a joke! Who would want to die if they had a chance to live? Lead the way. Bring me to the Ground Axe Alliance. Duan Lingtian said again. Although his voice was calm, a murderous intent could be seen in the depths of his eyes. It was obvious he was enraged and intended to kill his way to the Ground Axe Alliance. Gasp! 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 The 9 members of the Ground Axe Alliance gasped when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. Based on the purple-clad young man's words, it seemed like he was going to the Ground Axe Alliance. Was he not walking into a trap and seeking his own death? However, no matter how they looked at it, they did not think the purple-clad young man before them was someone who would seek his own death. In that case, there was only one possibility. I'm afraid this lord isn't afraid of Lord Alliance Leader. The moment the 9 members of the Ground Axe Alliance thought of this, their hearts skipped a beat. A bitter smile appeared on their faces. Lord Alliance Leader, what kind of people did you offend? They believed the purple-clad young man before them did not casually ask about the cultivation base of the Ground Axe Alliance's high-ranking officials. He was trying to figure out the Ground Axe Alliance's cultivation base. Naturally, the 9 members of the Ground Axe Alliance did not dare to reject Duan Lingtian. They immediately brought Duan Lingtian away from the forest and made their way back to Sin City. Lord, I used a communication jade token before we entered the forest. Soon after they left the forest, one of the members of the Ground Axe Alliance stammered to Duan Lingtian, I'm afraid the Lord Alliance Leader of the Ground Axe Alliance is heading in this direction. He's coming. As soon as the member of the Ground Axe Alliance finished speaking, Duan Lingtian seemed to have sensed something. He looked in the direction of Sin City. Whoosh! Along with the sound of wind whistling that was getting closer and closer, Duan Lingtian saw a figure flying toward him at an extremely fast speed. The figure was so fast that even a powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage might not be able to move as fast as him. After a while, the figure appeared out of thin air in front of the members of the Ground Axe Alliance. The appearance of the figure caused the members of the Ground Axe Alliance to perk up. They bowed respectfully in unison. Lord Alliance Leader. It was Yao Buji, the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance. At the same time, Duan Lingtian had also confirmed the newcomer's identity. At the same time, he sized up the newcomer. He was a middle-aged man with a medium build and an ordinary appearance. He was the kind of person who would not stand out in a crowd. However, Yao Buji ignored the members of the Ground Axe Alliance when he appeared. Instead, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a piercing gaze. This was because he was a young man. He had seen the purple-clad young man through the major mirror image talisman earlier. The purple-clad young man had killed his subordinate and taken the spatial ring that contained the 1,000 inscriptions Saint Sword. Just when Yao Buji spoke coldly and wanted to say something to Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! The sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the ears of Yao Buji and the members of the Ground Axe Alliance. As Yao Buji's pupil shrank, he saw a swift sword light flying towards him. The speed was so fast that he couldn't dodge it. No, there was no way he could dodge the sword ray. He did not even have time to react. Whoosh! The sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the ears of the members of the Ground Axe Alliance. They were so shocked that their hearts skipped a beat. In the next moment, they saw a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. The leader of the Ground Axe Alliance, Yao Buji, was a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage who was ranked 266th on the Supreme Saint ranking. However, he was killed by a sword that pierced the space between his brows, an indigo innate spiritual root. Chapter 2105 Indigo Innate Spiritual Root. Duan Lingtian was very excited. Currently, even a person with a yellow innate spiritual root would have an indigo innate spiritual root after he had devoured it. Moreover, Yao Buji's innate spiritual root was not as simple as a yellow innate spiritual root. Although Yao Buji was only a sectless cultivator, he was still the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance in Sin City. Moreover, his cultivation base had broken through to the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even if his innate spiritual root was bad, it would not be too bad. Before arriving at Sin City 10 days ago, Duan Lingtian had disguised himself. His current appearance was not the same as when he was in the Zoroastrianism sect or Clarity City. Moreover, the members of the Ground Axe Alliance were only at the quintessential saint stage. For this reason, he did not plan to use his 10,000 swords territory to block the members of the Ground Axe Alliance's sight before he devoured Yao Buji's innate spiritual root. Hua Lao! Duan Lingtian called out to Hua Lao as the members of the Ground Axe Alliance looked at him in shock. With Hua Lao's help, he quickly devoured Yao Buji's innate spiritual root. Yao Buji's innate spiritual root did not disappoint Duan Lingtian. Blue innate spiritual root. After devouring Yao Buji's innate spiritual root, Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root had turned indigo, just as Hua Lao had said. Your innate spiritual root is already an indigo innate spiritual root. As soon as Elder Hua's voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears, he immediately tried to sense the heaven and earth spirit energy in the air. Then he began to circulate the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique using his cultivation method. The 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. Using the 9 Dragons energy, he began to circulate the heaven and earth spirit energy into his body. My cultivation speed is more than twice as fast as before. After sensing his current cultivation speed, Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly like 2 dazzling stars in the night sky. After retrieving Yao Buji's storage ring, Duan Lingtian loosened his grip, allowing Yao Buji's body to fall from the sky. Boom! With a soft sound, Yao Buji's body fell to the ground and turned into a pile of mud. The 9 members of the Ground Axe Alliance snapped out of their daze. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, it was as if they had seen a ghost. Their eyes were filled with fear and shock. Thinking back to the scene just now, they still couldn't believe it. I'm not dreaming, right? Someone as strong as Lord Alliance Master didn't even have time to finish his sentence before he was killed by him in a single move. It doesn't seem like he launched a sneak attack. He attacked head-on, and Lord Alliance Master didn't even have a chance to react before he was killed. The 9 members of the Ground Axe Alliance looked at each other and whispered to each other. Their voices trembled at the same time. The strength of the purple-clothed youth before them completely exceeded their imaginations. The leader of the Ground Axe Alliance was a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage, and he was ranked 266th on the Supreme Saint ranking. However, such a powerhouse was killed by the purple-clad young man in just a single blow. Just how terrifying was this purple-clothed youth strength? Fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage? Or perhaps even higher? Duan Lingtian heard the whispers of the members of the Ground Axe Alliance. He glanced at them indifferently and decided to ignore them. His figure flashed, and he was ready to leave. In his opinion, these Ground Axe Alliance members were sent by Yao Buji to follow him. They had no intention of killing him, so he had no reason to kill them. Furthermore, now that Yao Buji was dead, Duan Lingtian had no intention of making things difficult for them. Lord. However, when Duan Lingtian was about to leave, one of the members of the Ground Axe Alliance mustered up his courage and called out to him. Duan Lingtian had just mobilized his Sun Saint energy, so he did not leave immediately. Duan Lingtian glanced at the member of the Ground Axe Alliance who had called out to him. He frowned slightly and asked, "Is there anything else?" The other members of the Ground Axe Alliance sighed in relief when they saw Duan Lingtian had no intention of making a fuss about it and was about to leave. When they saw their companions calling out to Duan Lingtian, they were so frightened that their hearts were in their mouths. "Idiot! What are you trying to do?" "Damn it! That fiend is about to leave. Why did you call out to him? What if this fiend suddenly goes back on his word and attacks us again? Even if you want to die, don't drag us down with you." The other members of the Ground Axe Alliance immediately sent voice transmissions to the member who had called out to Duan Lingtian. It was as though they wanted to rip his mouth off. However, the member of the Ground Axe Alliance ignored their voice transmissions. He looked at Duan Lingtian respectfully and asked, "Lord, may I know your name?" "Why are you asking this?" Duan Lingtian replied coldly. It was clear he did not intend to tell the member of the Ground Axe Alliance. "Lord, the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance, Yao Buji, is ranked 266th on the Supreme Saint ranking," the member of the Ground Axe Alliance said solemnly. "Today, all of us witnessed how you killed Yao Buji with our own eyes. As long as we know your name, we'll spread the news so that you can replace Yao Buji on the Supreme Saint ranking. Of course, if you're ranked higher than Yao Buji on the Supreme Saint ranking, you can just pretend I'm not here," the member of the Ground Axe Alliance said sincerely, as though he was concerned about Duan Lingtian. Upon hearing the member of the Ground Axe Alliance's words, the other members of the Ground Axe Alliance's eyes lit up immediately. Why did they not think of this? To a certain extent, their actions could be considered as flattering this powerhouse before them. They did not have to worry about Duan Lingtian going back on his word and killing them. "Lord, he's right. As long as you tell us your name, we'll spread the news of today's incident. Lord, don't worry. If anyone doesn't believe us, we're willing to swear on the lightning penalty, oath to prove it." Although the other 8 members of the Ground Axe Alliance were slightly slow to react, they still began to flatter Duan Lingtian after the first member of the Ground Axe Alliance reminded them about the situation. Duan Lingtian looked at the 9 members of the Ground Axe Alliance and nodded nonchalantly before he said, "I'm Li Feng." As soon as he finished speaking, he seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind and disappeared before the eyes of the 9 members of the Ground Axe Alliance. After Duan Lingtian left, the 9 members of the Ground Axe Alliance sighed in relief. They knew they had escaped death. Li Feng? This name. Is there a person with this name on the Supreme Saint ranking? One of the members of the Ground Axe Alliance asked curiously after he caught his breath. "I pay attention to every issue of the Supreme Saint ranking. However, there's no Li Feng on the latest issue of the Supreme Saint ranking. It seems like Li Feng was a sectless cultivator who lived in seclusion before this." Another member of the Ground Axe Alliance said, although the Supreme Saint ranking was said to have gathered the 1,000 most powerful people in the Tao Martial Saint Land, the Supreme Saint ranking was still considered as a saint ranking. However, the Tao Martial Saint Land was so huge that some sectless cultivators who lived in seclusion would not appear on the Supreme saint ranking no matter how strong they were. In the eyes of the members of the Ground Axe Alliance, the powerhouse who had killed the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance, Yao Buji, who called himself Li Feng, was one of those sectless powerhouses who lived in seclusion. As soon as he appeared, he went from a nobody to the 266th place on the supreme saint ranking. From today onward, the name Li Feng will definitely spread throughout Sin City and the entire Dao Martial Saint Land. The members of the Ground Axe Alliance were certain of this. In the eyes of the people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land represented the entire Dao Martial Saint Land. In fact, this was indeed the case. In this era, the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land had become a vassal of the upper province to a certain extent. Although the upper province and the lower province only made up the Dao Martial Saint Land, all the powerhouses in the upper province were in charge. When the members of the Ground Axe Alliance returned to Sin City, they did not dare to slack off. They quickly recounted everything that they had witnessed today to their superiors. This news instantly caused a commotion in Sin City. Yao Buji, the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance, was a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial Stage who was ranked 266th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Such a powerhouse could be considered one of the top powerhouses in Sin City. For this reason, the sectless cultivators in Sin City were shocked when they learned he had been killed. A powerhouse called Li Feng killed Yao Buji? Moreover, he killed Yao Buji with just a blow? He didn't even launch a sneak attack? Many sectless cultivators in Sin City were stunned when they heard the news. It was not as simple as being half as strong as Yao Buji. As a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial Stage, Yao Buji is ranked in the upper middle among all the powerhouses at the third form of the Saint Celestial Stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land. How could such a powerhouse be killed with just a blow? Li Feng's strength is most likely at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial Stage, or even higher. Many people speculated. Many people agreed with this speculation. They believed Yao Buji was a powerhouse. Even the most powerful powerhouses at the third form of the Saint Celestial Stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land would not be able to kill Yao Buji with just a blow. The news continued to spread. Chapter 2106. The Supreme Saint ranking was the most authoritative ranking in the Dao Martial Saint Land. It would be updated every month. The Supreme Saint ranking would appear in the form of a book. It was similar to the magazines on Earth where Duan Lingtian was from in his past life. It was circulated in the Dao Martial Saint Land. As Li Feng's name spread in Sin City in the central province, more than half of the people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land learned about him. Another sectless cultivator who had been in seclusion had appeared in front of everyone. Moreover, as soon as he appeared, he was ranked 266th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Due to this reason, Li Feng's name was the most eye-catching on the Supreme Saint ranking. Anyone who had a book on the Supreme Saint ranking would know about Li Feng's existence immediately. Li Feng had gone from an unknown person to a famous figure in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land in just one night. Even the person involved, Duan Lingtian, did not expect this to happen. After killing Yao Buji, the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance, and returning to Sin City, Duan Lingtian had immediately looked for an inn to stay in and focus on his cultivation. Currently, his innate spiritual root had already turned indigo. For this reason, he wanted to strike while the iron was hot and break through to the quintessential saint stage. I won't come out of closed-door cultivation until I've broken through to the quintessential saint stage. After entering the fourth level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda, Duan Lingtian had set a goal for himself before he entered closed-door cultivation. As for the outside world, no matter how popular something was, it would gradually die down after a while. Li Feng's name had only spread in Sin City for a while before it was rarely mentioned anymore. Naturally, this was also because the people in Sin City were the first to learn about Li Feng's existence and how Li Feng had killed Yao Buji, who was ranked 266th on the original extreme saint ranking. Outside, in many small cities, the discussions about Li Feng did not die down at all. During this period of time, almost everyone in the central province knew about Li Feng. In the Chiu clan's estate in Clarity City at the border of the western province. Miss Mu Qing, good news, good news! Early in the morning, an excited and aged voice broke the silence outside Chiu Mu Qing's residence. Of course, the visitors only dared to stand at the entrance of the mansion. Without permission, they did not dare to enter. It was an old man with a brand new book in his hand. The words Supreme Saint Ranking were written on the book. It was the latest issue of the Supreme Saint Ranking. Elder Liang, Miss invites you in. A moment later, a maid walked out and said to the old man. When the old man heard this, he followed the maid into the residence. He saw the young miss of the Chiu clan, Chiu Mu Qing, in the pavilion in the front courtyard. Chiu Mu Qing was as beautiful as ever. She looked like a fairy who had descended from the heavens. Elder Liang, you said you had good news early in the morning. I wonder what it is. Chiu Mu Qing asked with a smile when she saw the old man walking into the pavilion. The old man was none other than the second elder of the Eastern Fang clan, Dongfang Liang. He was also one of the few saint celestial stage powerhouses in Clarity City. If anyone saw him behaving so respectfully in front of the young miss of the Chiu clan, their eyes would have popped out of their sockets. It was shocking and unbelievable. In Clarity City, there were very few saint celestial stage powerhouses, and their statuses were high. Dongfang Liang, the second elder of the Eastern Fang clan, was not an ordinary saint celestial stage powerhouse. Even the clan leader of the Chiu clan, who was also a saint celestial stage powerhouse, did not dare to slight him. However, he was like a servant in front of the daughter of the clan leader of the Chiu clan. In fact, Dongfang Liang was indeed a servant by Chiu Mu Qing's side. Initially, Dongfang Liang was reluctant. However, when he discovered Chiu Mu Qing did not treat him as a servant just because he had sworn on the lightning penalty oath, he no longer resisted and gradually got used to his role. Perhaps this was what it meant to win someone over with virtue. Miss Mu Qing, take a look. Dongfang Liang raised his hand and passed the latest Supreme Saint ranking to Chiu Mu Qing. The second page is the headline at the back of the table of contents. Take a look. Chiu Mu Qing took the Supreme Saint ranking curiously. Then she opened it and flipped to the second page according to Dongfang Liang's instructions. It did not take long for Chiu Mu Qing's eyes to light up again. This was because she saw the name Li Feng. Li Feng, a sexless cultivator who lived in seclusion. He killed Yao Buji, who was ranked 266th on the original Supreme Saint ranking in the north of Sin City in the central region in just one blow and replaced him. Apart from this sentence, the entire page was filled with information about Yao Buji's past achievements to show how extraordinary Li Feng was. Moreover, the Supreme Saint ranking also stated, Li Feng's true strength was most likely ranked in the top 200 on the Supreme Saint ranking. Central Region, Sin City. Li Feng. Moreover, he was a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. For this reason, Chiu Mu Qing was certain of this. This Li Feng was the man who had been haunted by her dreams. Naturally, she knew Li Feng was only a pseudonym. His real name was Duan Lingtian. He was one of the 8 prodigies of Zoroastrianism. He was famous for a long time. I can't believe he's been gone for so long. However, I still feel as though I've just seen him yesterday. Chiu Mu Qing sighed inwardly. A complicated expression appeared on her face. In the past, she would not have believed she would fall in love with a man she had only known for a day. Initially, she thought she would forget about him as time passed. At that time, there was no need for her to continue with her plan. However, it seemed like she had not forgotten about him at all. For so many years, she had never put a man in her heart. But now, a man had entered her heart. It was like a gangrene attached to the bone. While she was suffering, she could not get rid of it. Perhaps it's time for me to leave Clarity City. Chiao Mu-ching thought to herself as her eyes glinted. Miss Mu-ching, do you think he's Lord Li Feng? Dong Fangliang asked when he saw Chiao Mu-ching was in a daze for a moment before she regained her senses. Although he guessed that Li Feng was Lord Li Feng, who had displayed his invincible might in the Chiao family's main hall, he was not certain. It's him. Chiao Mu-ching nodded before she said, before he left, he told me he's going to Sin City in the central region. Dong Fangliang gasped when he heard Chiao Mu-ching's confirmation. It was really him. Meanwhile, in the western region, Zoroastrianism, one of the 3 strongest sects in the Tao Martial Saint Land, had also made its way to the central region. Everyone from Zoroastrianism knew about Li Feng. However, it did not cross their minds that Li Feng was a disciple of Zoroastrianism. His name was Duan Lingtian, a true disciple of Zoroastrianism, in the Azure Dragon sanctum of Zoroastrianism. Recently, Buhong, the eldest direct disciple of Lu Tai, the sanctum leader of Azure Dragon Sanctum, had been staying in his mansion. A few days ago, a piece of news had spread from Sin City in the central region. Buhong, who was already in a bad mood, was so angry that he almost threw up blood. Previously, he had been to Sin City in the central region and killed the younger brother of the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance, a sectless cultivator alliance. He had made an enemy out of Sin City. Although he had Zoroastrianism and the sanctum leader of Azure Dragon Sanctum as his backing, he was not afraid of the Black Crow Alliance. However, he was still furious that he was wronged. Li Feng, a sectless cultivator who lived in seclusion, killed Yao Buji, who was ranked 266th on the Supreme Saint ranking, and replaced him. At this moment, Buhong was holding the new Supreme Saint ranking in his hand. In the new Supreme Saint ranking, he had fallen from the 421st place to the 537th place. He was frustrated. How good would it be if I can enter the top 300 of the Supreme Saint ranking like Li Feng and become famous in the Tao Martial Saint Land? At that time, even Master would be proud of me. Buhong clenched his fists so tightly that the Supreme Saint ranking began to distort. With my innate talent, it's only a matter of time before I enter the top 300 of the Supreme Saint ranking. As long as I'm given enough time, I might even be able to enter the top 100, top 50, or even top 30 of the Supreme Saint ranking. This is because I possess an indigo innate spiritual root. With an indigo innate spiritual root, I'm considered a top genius in the Tao Martial Saint Land. However, all of this is gone now. It's gone, Buhong muttered to himself as his eyes turned red. He was so agitated that his body began to tremble. He felt as though he had fallen from heaven to hell in just one night. And all of this is because of Duan Lingtian. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have ended up like this. I wouldn't have lost my indigo innate spiritual root. Buhong continued to mumble to himself as he grew increasingly crazed. However, in the end, he strangely quieted down. In his mind, the scene of the battle with Duan Lingtian that day replayed before his eyes, and it was extremely clear. At this moment, Buhong was extremely calm. Although this calmness was very short, it still reminded him of a very important matter. That day, Duan Lingtian defeated me. Based on his assist-type divine ability, it's impossible for him to be stronger than me, even if he comprehended his martial tactics and divine abilities to the peak. However, his sword was so fast that I couldn't react at all. Based on his strength and techniques, it's impossible for him to achieve that even if he used the 1,000 inscriptions Saint Sword. Chapter 2107. Buhong's master was Lu Tai, the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum. Lu Tai was a golden flame elder of the Zoroastrianism sect. Not only that, but he was also one of the strongest Golden Flame elders in the Zoroastrianism sect. It was only natural that someone like him would possess 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon. Due to this reason, Buhong's understanding of 1,000 inscriptions saint weapons was much deeper than ordinary people. If the sword he used was only 1,000 inscriptions saint sword, his sword wouldn't have been so ridiculously fast, even if he had cast a high-grade martial tactic and comprehended a high-grade, sword-type, divine ability to its limit. The third form of the Saint Celestial stage is also known as the Spiritual Eyes form. After I entered the third form of the Saint Celestial stage, I've also awakened a pair of spiritual eyes. Even then, his sword strike was just a flash in my eyes. What does this mean? This means the sword he's using must be a sword of a higher grade than the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword. In the Tao martial saintland, only 10,000 inscriptions saint swords have a higher grade than 1,000 inscriptions saint sword. There are a total of 10,000 inscriptions saint weapons in the Tao martial saintland. They're the 10 grade-level saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. Among these 10 grade-level saint weapons, only 2 of them are swords, the Nine-Cloud sword and the Traceless sword. I wonder which sword does Duan Lingtian have? Buhong's breathing quickened when he thought of this. If my innate spiritual root wasn't destroyed by Duan Lingtian, I definitely wouldn't have spread this news. After my cultivation base surpasses his, I'll enter the palace of death and sign a death pact with him. I'll kill him and take the 10,000 inscriptions saint sword for myself. As Buhong muttered to himself, a chilling light shot out from his eyes. However, now that my innate spiritual root has been destroyed by him, I won't be able to defeat him in the future. If that's the case, there's no need for me to keep this news to myself. Should I only tell Master, or should I spread the news widely? As Buhong muttered to himself, a trace of hesitation flashed across his eyes. It was difficult for him to make a decision. Master definitely wouldn't spread the news if he only told it to him. That's a 10,000 inscriptions saint sword, a level 10 saint weapon on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. Even Master would be tempted by it and want to take it for himself. Human nature was selfish. Buhong was very clear about this. He was certain if he told this news to his master, the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum, his master would definitely not spread the news. He would also forbid him from spreading the news. As long as one was a person, they would want to take possession of a sacred artifact. Forget it. I should tell Master first. With his master strength, it would not be difficult for him to kill that Duan Lingtian and seize the 10,000 inscriptions saint sword from him. This way, it can be considered as revenge for me. Soon after, Buhong made up his mind. He would tell his master that Duan Lingtian possessed the 10,000 inscriptions saint sword. If Master obtains the sword, he'll definitely feel indebted to me in the future. After all, he only managed to obtain the sword because of my reminder. Buhong thought to himself. In Buhong's opinion, as long as Duan Lingtian was dead, it did not matter who killed him. If it was his master who did it, that sacred artifact would only be beneficial to him and not harm him. Moreover, it would be beneficial to him. Since Buhong had made up his mind, he immediately left to look for his master. Master! Buhong entered the backyard of his master's residence. His master, Lu Tai, the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum, was tending to some flowers and plants. When he heard Buhong's voice, he immediately stopped what he was doing and turned around to look at Buhong. What's the matter? A puzzled expression appeared on Lu Tai's face. Ever since his first direct disciple found out that Duan Lingtian had secretly left the Zoroastrianism, he had been in seclusion all day. Today, in order to relieve Buhong of his boredom, he had even sent the latest issue of the Supreme Saint ranking to Buhong's room. However, he did not expect Buhong would come out of his room to look for him. Master, I just remembered something very important. Buhong said solemnly, Oh, what is it? Lu Tai knew his direct disciple very well. He knew his direct disciple was not a person who would speak without thinking. Since he said it was something important, it must be something important. Master, I suspect that Duan Lingtian who defeated me possesses a level 10 saint weapon. When Buhong spoke again, he did not beat around the bush and spoke bluntly. Level 10 saint weapon. As Buhong's voice fell, Lu Tai's pupils couldn't help but shrink, and a look of horror appeared on his face. At the same time, his heart began to beat faster. Even in the entire Dao martial saint land, there were only 10 level 10 saint weapons. Moreover, they were famous in the 10 great saint weapons ranking of the Dao martial saint land. Even the Zoroastrianism only had 1 level 10 saint weapon. It was the inheritance saint weapon of Zoroastrianism. It was in the hands of the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism. Based on this, one could see how precious a level 10 saint weapon was. However, his first direct disciple was telling him that Duan Lingtian possessed a level 10 saint weapon? How could he not be shocked? Hong, are you sure? Are you sure Duan Lingtian has a level 10 saint weapon? When Lu Tai looked at Buhong again, he had a solemn expression on his face. It caused the atmosphere in the backyard to turn solemn. Master, that Duan Lingtian. Then Buhong began to tell Lu Tai about the details of his battle with Duan Lingtian that day. He even told Lu Tai about his suspicions. His suspicions were well-founded, so Lu Tai had no choice but to believe him. If that's the case, he must have obtained the 9-cloud sword or the traceless sword from the 10 great saint weapons ranking. Lu Tai took a deep breath. After a while he said, based on what you said, he must have obtained the traceless sword. The traceless sword is known as the traceless sword. It's impossible to guard against it. Your cultivation base has broken through to the 3rd form of the saint celestial stage, the spiritual eyes form. With your spiritual eyes, it's normal for you to only be able to catch a glimpse of Duan Lingtian's traceless sword. However, for those below the 3rd form of the saint celestial stage who haven't awakened their spiritual eyes, it's impossible for them to catch a glimpse of Duan Lingtian's traceless sword. Lu Tai said, if that's the case, we can explain why Duan Lingtian has mastered the mysterious sword-wielding art. It's because he has the traceless sword that not many people can catch a glimpse of a sword. Even your junior sister was defeated by his traceless sword. If he doesn't have the traceless sword, he might not be a match for your junior sister. Lu Tai became more and more certain as he spoke. As for Buhong's junior sister, she was none other than his other direct disciple, Wen Yan. The traceless sword. He's really lucky. He actually obtained the traceless sword, one of the 10 great saint weapons. Buhong's expression was filled with jealousy. After his master's confirmation, he was even more certain that Duan Lingtian's sword was the traceless sword that was listed on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. He's really lucky. Unfortunately, he's destined to be mine. Lu Tai's eyes flashed as a sneer appeared on his face. Based on his words, it was as though Duan Lingtian's sword was already his. Indeed, he felt the same way. Although Duan Lingtian was strong, he was still far from being a match for Lu Tai. Hong, if Master obtains the traceless sword, you'll be the one to take the credit. Lu Tai turned to look at Buhong with a smile on his face. No matter how he looked at Buhong, he found his eldest direct disciple pleasing to the eye. Master, if you want to obtain the traceless sword, you'll have to make a move against Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian returns, he'll be arrested by the enforcement hall to determine if he destroyed my innate spiritual root or not. Buhong seemed to have recalled something, as he said with a worried expression on his face, once this matter is confirmed, Duan Lingtian will definitely be punished by the enforcement hall. Perhaps the enforcement hall won't execute him. However, he has offended Dong Yuanjin, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall. Once he's convicted, Dong Yuanjin will seek revenge for destroying Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root. It won't be difficult for Dong Yuanjin to kill Duan Lingtian in the enforcement hall. If Duan Lingtian is killed by Dong Yuanjin in the enforcement hall, I'm afraid you won't have a chance to obtain the traceless sword. Bu Hong voiced out his worries in one breath. You're right. After hearing Bu Hong's words, Lu Tai couldn't help but frown because he knew that what Bu Hong said was very likely to happen. Dong Yuanjin, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall, was a vengeful person who was much stronger than Lu Tai. If the traceless sword fell into Dong Yuanjin's hands, it would be impossible for Lu Tai to obtain it. If the traceless sword fell into the hands of the enforcement hall, it would be even more impossible for Lu Tai to obtain it. Hong-er. Lu Tai quickly made up his mind. He looked at Bu Hong and said, Master plans to go to the enforcement hall and withdraw the charges against Duan Lingtian. We'll just say that you destroyed your innate spiritual root due to a mistake in your cultivation. However, don't worry. Even if the enforcement hall doesn't stand up for you, I'll do my best to kill Duan Lingtian and avenge you. At the end of his speech, Lu Tai solemnly swore and promised. Of course, I believe in Master. Bu Hong nodded. He knew this was the best way for his master to obtain the traceless sword in Duan Lingtian's possession. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian was not here. Otherwise, he would be rendered speechless. When did he obtain the traceless sword, one of the 10 great saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking? Chapter 2108. Due to the interference of Dong Yuanjin, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall, Lu Tai, the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum, had gone to the enforcement hall to file a complaint against Duan Lingtian for crippling his eldest direct disciple's innate spiritual root. This matter did not spread to the outside world, let alone Zoroastrianism. Lu Tai could understand Dong Yuanjin's actions, and he agreed with him. After all, if news of this matter spread out, it would alert the Duan Lingtian to the point that he would no longer dare to return to Zoroastrianism. Lu Tai did not want that to happen as well. Today, Lu Tai had gone to the enforcement hall to file a complaint against Duan Lingtian. Although this matter did not cause an uproar in Zoroastrianism, it still caused a commotion in the enforcement hall. Lu Tai's actions could be considered a false accusation. According to the rules of the enforcement hall, Lu Tai had to be punished. However, the enforcement hall's elder in charge of the registration was only a Silver Flame elder. For this reason, he had no right to punish Lu Tai. Under such circumstances, Dong Yuanjin, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall, stepped forward. Sanctum leader Lu, are you really going to file a complaint against Duan Lingtian? Dong Yuanjin frowned as he looked at Lu Tai. He was puzzled as he asked, Can you tell me why? He did not believe Lu Tai's excuse about Bu Hong's innate spiritual root being crippled due to qi deviation. He felt there must be a deeper reason behind this matter. As it turned out, Dong Yuanjin was right. However, he could not figure out the real reason even in his wildest dreams. Vice Hall Master Dong, I've already done what I should. Lu Tai replied indifferently as though he was a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water when faced with Dong Yuanjin's doubts. Naturally, Lu Tai knew Dong Yuanjin's doubts. It was obvious Dong Yuanjin was unwilling to let go of the opportunity to avenge his son, Dong Lin. Sanctum leader Lu, are you sure you're making a false accusation? It's slander. Although Duan Lingtian is no longer a member of Zoroastrianism, the enforcement hall still has the right to punish you according to the rules. Dong Yuanjin said in a deep voice. It was obvious he was threatening Lu Tai. However, was Lu Tai someone he could not threaten? Vice Hall Master Dong, I'm aware of this. I'm prepared to accept the punishment. However, as far as I know, my punishment will be reduced to 50% since I've surrendered, right? From beginning to end, Lu Tai's face was calm, as if the punishment he was about to face was nothing to him. Indeed, it was Dong Yuanjin's Lu Tai. With his cultivation base at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage, these wounds were no different from scratching an itch to him. Seeing that Lu Tai had already made up his mind, Dong Yuanjin did not say anything else. However, in the depths of his heart, a seed of doubt had been planted. He had a feeling that there was something behind Lu Tai's actions that he did not know. Hall Master Sanctum Leader Hall Division Master Dong Hall Leader S Hall Sex News Zone Master Shalav of Lu to Lu Run Hall Dong's Hall Leader Hall not Lu Li and Lu Master Lu Hall's Tai. In the end, he could only resign himself to his fate. Although he had resigned himself to his fate, he was still unwilling to accept it. He finally had a chance to openly deal with Duan Ling Tian, but now it had just passed him by. How could he be willing to accept this? A few days later, the peace of Zoroastrianism was broken by the arrival of a person. The person who had arrived was none other than Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect. He was also a good friend of Li En, the first Silver Flame elder of the Black Turtle Sanctum. Yang Chong had come to look for Li En. However, when he arrived at the Black Turtle Sanctum, he discovered Li En was not around. Under his request, the other Black Turtle Sanctum's Silver Flame elders went to check on Li En's soul pearl. They discovered Li En's soul pearl had shattered, and it seemed like it had been shattered for quite some time. Something's wrong. As expected, something's wrong. Yang Chong's expression turned grave when he saw Li En's soul pearl had shattered. Elder Yang Chong, what happened? Tung Shan, the Black Turtle Sanctum's Silver Flame elder, asked in a deep voice as he looked at Yang Chong. Guoxiong and Meng Jin, who were also Black Turtle Sanctum's Silver Flame elders, looked at Yang Chong in confusion. They did not know what Yang Chong meant. Naturally, the death of Li En, who was also a Black Turtle Sanctum's Silver Flame elder, had stirred up a storm in their hearts. Some time ago, Yang Chong revealed the whole story under the watchful eyes of the 3 Black Turtle Sanctum's Silver Flame elders. Naturally, he did not bring a few Saint Celestial Stage powerhouses from the Northern Plethora sect to investigate Duan Lingtan. Li En had only brought a few Saint Celestial Stage powerhouses from the Northern Plethora sect to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, when he discovered Li En and the others had yet to return, the soul pearls of the few Saint Celestial Stage powerhouses from the Northern Plethora sect had shattered. At this moment, he realized something might have happened to Li En and the others. The first thing he wanted to do was to head to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land to investigate what had happened. However, when he arrived at the nearest inter-province transportation formation, he discovered the inter-province transportation formation could not be activated. At that time, he thought there was something wrong with the inter-province transportation formation. When he went to the other inter-province transportation formations in an attempt to teleport to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, he discovered the inter-province transportation formations could not be activated. At this moment, he heard from someone who was near the inter-province transportation formation. It had been a while since the inter-province transportation formation could not teleport people to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. That's why I came to Zoroastrianism. As expected, something has happened to Li En as well. Yang Chong's expression was grave as he continued to say, I heard from some people who are familiar with the inter-province transportation formation that many of the inter-province transportation formations in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land are connected to the inter-province transportation formation in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. If there's something wrong with the inter-province transportation formation in the lower province, we won't be able to teleport people there. If there's something wrong with the inter-province transportation formation in the upper province, the inter-province transportation formation in the lower province won't be affected because the latter doesn't need to rely on the former. Usually, the people who are teleported to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land will be sent to random places in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Yang Chong said, Just like when Duan Lingtian, Guli, and Zhu Luqi were teleported to the upper province through the lower province's inter-province transportation formation. They were sent to random places in the upper province. They did not appear near the inter-province transportation formation. For this reason, I think there's something wrong with the inter-province transportation formation in the lower province. Yang Chong said in a deep voice. There's something wrong with the inter-province transportation formation in the lower province. Gua Xiong's expression turned solemn as he continued to say, as far as I know, the inter-province transportation formation in the lower province is much more stable than the ones in the upper province. It said that when the inter-province transportation formation was set up, those seniors had fused it with the Grand Sealing Formation that sealed the land of exile and shared the defensive formation in the Grand Sealing Formation. Let alone a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage. Even if a few powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage joined forces, they might not be able to break through the defensive formation. Apart from being the Black Turtle Sanctum's Silver Flame Elder, Gua Xiong was also the Black Turtle Sanctum's Enforcement Elder. He was also the most knowledgeable person in the Black Turtle Sanctum. He had done some research on some of the ancient stories in the Dao Martial Saint Land. He had read about the inter-province transportation formation in the WCI subterranean being merged with the Grand Sealing Formation used by the powerhouses during the Human Devil era to seal the land of exile in an ancient book. The Grand Sealing Formation was used to seal the land of exile. In fact, it was used to seal the entrance from the land of exile to the Dao Martial Saint Land. The entrance was also a gap in the space barrier. The gap in the space barrier had prevented the Devil clans from invading the Dao Martial Saint Land for hundreds of thousands of years. One could easily imagine how terrifying the defensive formation in the Grand Sealing Formation was. Although there were not many powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage who had not ascended in time, there were still a few of them. However, they still could not break through the Grand Sealing Formation. For this reason, Gua Xiong was confident. Even if a few powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage joined forces, they might not be able to break through the inter-province transportation formation that shared the defensive formation in the Grand Sealing Formation. If the inter-province transportation formation in the lower province is really destroyed, doesn't that mean the Grand Sealing Formation is destroyed as well? Gua Xiong's expression changed when he thought about this. In Sin City in the central region. Boom! In the quiet guest room of the inn, the 4th floor of the 7 Treasures' exquisite pagoda that had turned into dust in front of the bed suddenly exploded. Rolling waves of air swept out as if it had been affected by some kind of power. Ha-ha! At the same time, a burst of laughter rang in the air. Duan Lingtian, who was sitting cross-legged in the air, opened his eyes and laughed excitedly. He had made a breakthrough. After 2 months, he had finally made a breakthrough. Early quintessential saint stage. After he stopped laughing, Duan Lingtian tried to circulate the sun saint energy in his body. He discovered his sun saint energy had transformed again. Now, even without using the divine ability, the devouring tactic, my sun saint energy is comparable to the saint origin of a powerhouse at the 1st form of the Saint Celestial Stage. My light blue innate spiritual root has given me such an innate talent. If my innate spiritual root transforms into a violet innate spiritual root, how terrifying would my cultivation speed be? The moment he thought of this, Duan Lingtian felt a surge of excitement in his heart. However, his excitement did not last long. When Duan Lingtian was about to leave the inn, he overheard some passing sectless cultivators mentioning something. For some reason, the inter-province transportation formations in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land could no longer send people to the lower province. Chapter 2109. The inter-province transportation formations in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land can't send people to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he heard this news. The excitement that had arisen in his heart due to the breakthrough in his cultivation had also vanished in an instant. Perhaps this news was nothing to most people in the upper province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land. After all, not many people from the upper province would use the inter-province transportation formations to travel to the lower province. However, to Duan Lingtian, this news was like a bolt from the blue. The reason being that his family and friends were all in the lower district. Could it be that there's something wrong with the inter-province transportation formations in the upper province? Duan Lingtian tried his best to calm down. He felt this news was a little exaggerated. Would the inter-province transportation formations that connected the upper province and the lower province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land lose their effectiveness just because they failed? He did not believe it. He thought this was just a rumor. However, as he wandered around Sin City, he heard the same news again and again. It shook his firm belief. Could it be that there's something wrong with the inter-province transportation formations in the upper province? Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave when he thought of this. If he could not return to the lower province from the upper province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land, it meant he would not be able to see his family and friends again. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he began to feel anxious again. It seems like there's something wrong with the inter-province transportation formations in the lower province. The inter-province transportation formations in the upper province are still intact. It's only because there's no inter-province transportation formation in the lower province that the inter-province transportation formations in the upper province can't be activated. I heard about it as well. One has to rely on the inter-province transportation formations in the lower province to travel from the upper province to the lower province. However, there's no need to rely on the inter-province transportation formations in the upper province to travel from the lower province to the upper province. It's a one-way, random transportation. Now that there's something wrong with the inter-province transportation formations in the lower province, it means people from the lower province can't come to the upper province, and people from the upper province can't go to the lower province. In any case, I've never thought of going to a God-forsaken place like the lower province. It has nothing to do with me if there's something wrong with the inter-province transportation formations in the lower province. Similar discussions could be heard all over the city of Sin. Most of them had the mentality of it has nothing to do with me. After all, it did not matter to them whether they could go to the lower province or not. However, similar remarks were quickly crushed by a cruel reality. Do you really think it's as simple as us not being able to move to the lower district? Soon after, an even more shocking piece of news spread throughout Sin City without any warning. It was like a hurricane and a swarm of locusts that swept through the entire Sin City. This shocking news was spread by a group of rogue cultivators in Sin City. If there's really something wrong with the transportation formation in the lower province, it means there's something wrong with the Grand Ceiling Formation left behind by our ancestors in the Dao Marshal Saint Land hundreds of thousands of years ago. You asked me what the Grand Ceiling Formation from more than 100,000 years ago was. The Grand Ceiling Formation is a formation that seals the land of exile. To be more precise, it exists to repair the gap in the space barrier between the Dao Marshal Saint Land and the land of exile. What's the land of exile? It started from the Human Devil era more than 100,000 years ago. The Human Devil era, the land of exile, the Devil clans. Many people did not know about this in the past. However, now that the news had spread through Sin City, it caused a huge panic in Sin City. At this moment, many people finally found out. As it turned out, the Dao Marshal Saint Land had fallen into a dark era more than 100,000 years ago. That era was called the Human Devil era. During that era, a group of devils had entered the Dao Marshal Saint Land from the land of exile through the gap in the space barrier. They carried out a large-scale massacre. Almost all those who were killed were devoured by them and turned into dried corpses. More than 90% of the devils relied on devouring the vital essence and blood of other living beings to strengthen themselves. The human devil era, the land of exile, the devil clans. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also learned about the human devil era, the land of exile, and the devil clans. There's no lack of powerhouses at the ninth form of the saint celestial stage in the devil clans. As for the inter-province transportation formation in the lower province, it shares the defensive formation in the grand ceiling formation. If the transportation formation in the lower province is damaged, it means the grand ceiling formation is damaged as well. It won't be able to seal the gap in the space barrier between the Tao Martial Saint Land and the land of exile. After learning about this, Duan Lingtian's expression turned graver and graver. Previously, when he found out he could not return to the lower province from the upper province, his first thought was that he would not be able to see his family and friends again. However, he was not worried about their safety at all. With his father and the Azure Cloud Mansion around, he believed the safety of his family and friends would not be a problem. However, all of this was under the premise that the devil race did not invade. If that's the case, the devil clans will invade the Tao Martial Saint Land from the land of exile. To be more precise, they'll invade the lower province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. 100,000 years ago, the Tao Martial Saint Land wasn't divided into two. There were many powerhouses, and there were many powerhouses at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, in the current lower province of the Tao Martial Saint Land, powerhouses at the quintessential saint stage are as rare as phoenix feathers, let alone powerhouses at the Saint Celestial stage. If the devil clans invade the lower province of the Tao Martial Saint Land, I'm afraid none of the humans will survive. When Duan Lingtian thought about this, he was so anxious that he almost went crazy. His family and friends were all still in the lower district. If the devil clans invaded, they would not be able to defend themselves with their strength. The devil clans are invading the Tao Martial Saint Land again. They're invading the lower province, right? Although the upper province exists in the lower province and is surrounded by the lower province, it's an independent space and realm. If that's the case, the devil clans won't be able to affect the upper province? That seems to be the case. To think I was worried about this. It seems like I was worried for nothing. If the devil clans invade, the lower province is doomed. However, if the devil clans really invade, it means the transportation formations in the lower province are destroyed. In that case, the devil clans in the lower province won't be able to come to the upper province. I was planning to go to the lower province to have a look. Fortunately, I didn't go. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to return. At this moment, all over the city of Sin, there were all sorts of voices saying that they had gotten lucky. However, it did not take long before they were drowned out by another piece of cruel news. It won't affect the upper province. It won't be able to come to the upper province. I think you're dreaming. That's right. There's no lack of powerhouses at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage and formation experts in the devil clans. They can repair the inter-province transportation formation in the lower province or set up a new one. At that time, they can easily invade the upper province. Do you really think there's no one in the devil clans? How naive! As the cruel news spread, the people in Sin City began to feel threatened. They felt it was not safe even if they stayed in the upper province. It was only a matter of time before the devil clans invaded the upper province. Now, I can only hope that there's another reason why the people from the upper province can't use the inter-province transportation formation to go to the lower province. Otherwise, not only will the lower province be doomed, but the upper province will be doomed as well. Just thinking about the human devil era is terrifying. I just hope that era never comes again. Just hearing about the devil clans makes me shudder. I don't want to fight them. If it's possible, I don't want to see them for the rest of my life. The atmosphere in the city of Sin gradually became stifling. It did not take long for the oppressive atmosphere to spread and sweep out in all directions. As time passed, the news had spread to half of the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. causing everyone in the upper province to feel threatened. Many people even made their way to the inter-province transportation formations to see if they could not return to the lower province. Duan Lingtian was one of them. For an entire month, Duan Lingtian had made his way to the inter-province transportation formations near Sin City at his fastest speed. He had even made his way to the inter-province transportation formations near Sin City. However, he received the same answer. It was true that the inter-province transportation formations could no longer send people to the lower province. Could it be that there's something wrong with the lower province's inter-province transportation formations? Did the devil clans really invade the lower province from the land of exile? Is the human-devil era from hundreds of thousands of years ago really coming again? Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he thought about it. The more he thought about it, the more worried he became about the safety of his family and friends. However, there was nothing he could do no matter how worried he was. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt a sense of helplessness in his heart. Hulao, is there really no other way? Duan Lingtian asked Hulao bitterly. A few days ago, he had asked Hulao if there was a way to return to the lower province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land without using the inter-province transportation formation. Hulao had given him an answer. Only after he had broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and passed the heavenly tribulation would he be able to tear open the space barrier between the upper province and the lower province and enter the lower province before he ascended. However, it was not realistic for him to do that now. Even if he had a violet innate spiritual root, it would still take a long time for him to break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, let alone an indigo innate spiritual root. Distant water could not quench a present thirst. At that time, there would be no one left alive in the lower province. Chapter 2110. Urgent, urgent, urgent. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt like he was about to lose his mind. Many people in the upper province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land were also on the verge of losing their minds. Once the devil clans invaded the upper province, they might not even be able to survive. At that time, they could no longer just hide. Once the human-devil era arrived, the devil clans would wreak havoc in every corner of the upper province like locusts. As humans, no matter where they hid, they would eventually be found. Damn it! How can there be creatures like the devil clans in this world? If it weren't for this incident, I wouldn't have known that devil cultivators originated from the devil clans. The human-devil era and the devil clans are too terrifying. I really hope it's just a guess and the inter-province transportation formation in the lower province isn't destroyed. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in Sin City. As time passed, the people began to relax. Although they were still worried about the devil clans invading the upper province, they were no longer as worried as before. No matter what, the devil clans had not invaded the upper province yet. Moreover, it was just a guess. It was possible that the inter-province transportation formation in the lower province was not destroyed. However, due to some other reason, the inter-province transportation formation in the upper province could not be used to travel to the lower province. Naturally, even if all the guesses were true, there was nothing they could do now. They could only wait. It's useless to be anxious now. I can only hope it's just a guess and that the situation won't really happen. Duan Lingtian prayed in his heart when he returned to Sin City. At the same time, he gradually calmed down. As time passed, the atmosphere in Sin City began to change. The originally anxious crowd gradually calmed down. Naturally, most of them only appeared calm on the surface, but they were still worried inwardly. However, with the influx of people from the major forces in Sin City, the atmosphere in Sin City became tense again. The people from the major forces came to Sin City to collect all kinds of resources. Their purpose for collecting supplies was also obvious. It was to prevent the devil clans from invading. They had to prepare a large amount of resources in advance so that they could defend their positions when the devil clans invaded. before they ran out of resources, they could prepare for a battle with the invading devil clans. This was also the best choice. Recently, many people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism have come to collect resources from all over the city of Sin. They're even offering double the price of ordinary forces. The other forces have also increased their prices, but even so, no one is willing to sell their resources to them. That's right. Although it was still uncertain whether the demons would invade, it was still necessary to take precautions. At this time, only a fool would hand over the resources in his hands. In a restaurant in the city of Sin, many of the customers were in a heated discussion. Based on his words, he scoffed at the actions of the major forces, including Zhuangzi Buddhism. Zhuangzi Buddhism? Duan Lingtian, who was sitting by the window, could not help but narrow his eyes when he heard the discussion of the group of customers. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. When he heard the words Zhuangzi Buddhism, the first person he thought of was Elder Xiazong of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, who had snatched his devil seal tablet away from him. Sometimes the world was just this simple. "Excuse me, I just saw Elder Xiazong of the Zhuangzi Buddhism in the city earlier." A dringer's voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears, causing him to open his eyes immediately. There was a cold gleam in his eyes that was as cold as a blade. Xiazong was in Sin City? At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt as though he had seen the hope of revenge. Xiazong, the son of the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 kings of the Zhuangzi Buddhism? Yes, that's him. Speaking of him, he's really lucky. I heard he went to the lower province of the Tao Martial Saint Land and snatched the Devil Seal tablet from someone from the lower province. The Devil Seal tablet can only deal with some devil cultivators in the past. However, if the devil clans invade the upper province, the Devil Seal tablet will be very effective. It is said that the power displayed by the demon sealing tombstone when it was used to kill the devil race was much stronger than when it was used to kill ordinary devil cultivators. If sect leader Xiazong of the Zhuangzi Buddhism uses the Devil Seal tablet, even a devil at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage won't be able to do anything to him. If the human devil era comes again, the Devil Seal tablet will become the most useful super saint weapon among the 10 great saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. Even if it's not ranked in the top 3 of the 10 great saint weapons ranking, it's destined to shine during the human devil era because of its ability to suppress devils. After the group of customers in the restaurant mentioned Xiazong, they shifted the topic to the Devil Seal tablet, one of the 10 great saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. They did not change the topic for a long time. They had been talking about the Devil Seal tablet for a long time. The Devil Seal tablet? Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave when he heard the customers mentioning the Devil Seal tablet. The Devil Seal tablet was originally the super saint weapon in his possession. It was only because Xiazong had snatched it from him that he lost it. Xiazong, I heard you left Zhuangzi Buddhism and came to Sin City. Since you're here, don't even think about going back. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned even colder. Anyone who was stared at by him would feel as though they had fallen into an ice cave. I can only hope the Devil Seal tablet is still with him. If that's the case, I can kill him and take back the Devil Seal tablet that belongs to me. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Naturally, he knew it was impossible. After all, the Devil Seal tablet was a super saint weapon. After Xiazong returned to Zhuangzi Buddhism, he had most likely passed it to his father, the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 imperial kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism. The 4 imperial kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism were as famous as the 3 great guardians of Zoroastrianism. All of them were at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above. However, it doesn't matter if the Devil Seal tablet is with him or not. Since he came to Sin City and delivered himself to me, not only would I be letting myself down, but I would also be letting Elder Ku and the 10 black armored soldiers of the Azure Cloud Mansion down if I don't kill him. The killing intent in Duan Lingtian's eyes intensified as he thought to himself. Then Duan Lingtian paid the bill and left the restaurant. After he left the restaurant, he began to search for Xie Zong's whereabouts. 15 minutes had passed, but he found nothing. Half an hour had passed, but he still found nothing. After an hour, he finally found Xie Zong's whereabouts. Xie Zong's cultivation base has already broken through to the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. Apart from that elder Zhuangzi Buddhism, who's at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage, is with him. Although he leaves him occasionally, he's not too far away. If you kill him directly, there's a high chance you'll succeed. However, it'll alert elder Zhuangzi Buddhism, who's at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage. He might even kill you. Hu Lao's voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears, reminding Duan Lingtian not to act rashly. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian asked Duan Lingtian to investigate Xie Zong and the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism who were near Xie Zong, Duan Lingtian was anxious. He could hear the impatience in Duan Lingtian's tone. It was as though he could not wait to kill Xie Zong. It's better for you to wait for the right time. Wait until they're further away from each other before you make a move. Hu Lao reminded Duan Lingtian again. It was as though he was afraid Duan Lingtian would act rashly and kill Xie Zong. Don't worry, Hu Lao. Xie Zong isn't worth my life. When Duan Lingtian heard elder was concerned, he felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Third form of the Saint Celestial stage. According to Hu Lao, he's only at the early stage of the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. Unknowingly, a sneer appeared on the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth. Xie Zong, it seems like you've been making no progress at all. Perhaps, even in your dreams, you've never imagined that the person who was like an ant in your eyes not long ago has the strength to kill you with just a blow. Just like what Duan Lingtian had said to Hu Lao, he did not think Xie Zong was worth his life. However, in the next 2 hours, Duan Lingtian became more and more anxious when he saw Xie Zong and the Zhuangzi Buddhism elder at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage kept moving from place to purchase resources. Elder Duan Lingtian from the Zhuangzi Buddhism elder keeps moving closer to Xie Zong. He must be trying to protect Xie Zong. Soon after, Duan Lingtian came to a conclusion. It seems like there's no point in waiting any longer. I have to take the initiative to attack. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was not impulsive enough to make a move on Xie Zong. He might be able to kill Xie Zong in just one move. However, after he killed Xie Zong, he would not be able to escape from the Zhuangzi Buddhism elder at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage. He would have to exhaust almost all of the Sun Saint energy in his body to kill Xie Zong with the Jasper Celestial Sword. Even if he did not exhaust any of his Sun Saint energy, he would not be a match for Elder Duan Lingtian from the Zhuangzi Buddhism elder at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage. He could kill Xie Zong in just one move. Similarly, Elder Duan Lingtian from the Zhuangzi Buddhism elder would be able to kill him in just one move. I have to think of a way to lure Elder Zhuangzi Buddhism away or make Xie Zong distance himself from Elder Zhuangzi Buddhism. That would give me a chance to kill him. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he racked his brains to come up with a plan. I've got it. Heaven rewards those who work hard. After about 15 minutes, Duan Lingtian finally came up with a plan. Chapter 2111. Recently, news of the devil clans from the land of exile invading the lower province of the Tao Martial Saint Land had spread to the Black Kshetra sect. Moreover, news that the devil clans might invade the upper province at any time had spread to the Black Kshetra sect. Everyone in the Zhuangzi Buddhism was shocked when they learned about this. However, compared to the people in the upper province, the Zhuangzi Buddhism was much calmer. No matter what, the Zhuangzi Buddhism was one of the 3 great sects in the Tao Martial Saint Land. It was one of the strongest forces in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Ordinary people might be afraid of the devil clans and feel uneasy because of the appearance of the devil clans. However, to the people in the Zhuangzi Buddhism, although the devil clans were terrifying, the Zhuangzi Buddhism was not weak either. They could fight the devil clans with all their might. If the devil clans invaded the upper province, the Zhuangzi Buddhism, one of the strongest forces in the Tao martial Saint Land, would become the last hope of mankind along with the other two great sects. Regardless of whether the devil clans would invade the upper province in the future, the Zhuangzi Buddhism was prepared to make a move as soon as possible. For this reason, the Zhuangzi Buddhism elders came to Sin City to purchase resources. Xiezong was one of the Zhuangzi Buddhism elders who came to Sin City. Humph! There are fewer and fewer people who are willing to sell resources to us. Xiezong, who was flying side by side with another black Kshetra sect's elder, said in a deep voice with a grave expression on his face, "If it's me, we'll just kill those who refuse to sell their resources to us." If the devil clans invade the upper province in the future, the Zhuangzi Buddhism will be the main force. The sectless cultivators in Sin City are only a bunch of cannon fodder. It's a waste to leave the resources to them. Killing intent could be seen on Xiezong's face when he finished speaking. "Elder Xiezong, even if that's the case, it'll be bad if we kill them." The Zhuangzi Buddhism elder next to Xiezong shook his head and said, "No matter what, those people are sectless cultivators. In Sin City, sectless cultivators at or above the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage don't care about the fights between sectless cultivators. However, if we, the Black Kshetra sect's elders, kill the sectless cultivators in Sin City, there's a 90% chance that they'll kill us." The Zhuangzi Buddhism elder had a solemn expression on his face. "Elder Chu, are there so many sectless cultivators at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above in Sin City?" Xiezong Chu Li elder, "I'm afraid the number of cultivators at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above in Sin City is no less than our Zhuangzi Buddhism. Otherwise, do you think our Zhuangzi Buddhism would allow such a chaotic city to exist so close to our Zhuangzi Buddhism's estate?" The Zhuangzi Buddhism elder who was walking next to Xiezong shook his head again. A hint of dread could be seen in his eyes. Xiezong was speechless when he heard this. The Zhuangzi Buddhism elder next to him was not an ordinary Zhuangzi Buddhism elder. He was a Zhuangzi Buddhism elder who was at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Xiezong Chu believed the Zhuangzi Buddhism elder's words. At this moment, Xiezong and the other Zhuangzi Buddhism elder next to Xiezong did not notice that someone was staring at them from afar. Far away, there was a person staring at them without blinking. This person was none other than Duan Lingtian, who wanted to kill Xiezong. Xiezong, an elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, had entered the lower province of the Tao martial Saint Land and arrived at the Azure Cloud Mansion. Not only did he snatch the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, but he had also killed Xiezong's father's right-hand man, Elder Ku, and a group of black armored guards. At that time, Duan Lingtian had regarded Xiezong as his mortal enemy. Today, Duan Lingtian saw Xiezong again in Sin City. He was certain this was the best opportunity to kill Xiezong. Otherwise, he did not know when Xiezong would return to the Zhuangzi Buddhism. After all, the group of Zhuangzi Buddhism elders, including Xiezong, had been purchasing resources from all over Sin City in preparation for the devil clans from the land of exile who had invaded the upper province from the lower province. If Xiezong returned, he would not be able to leave the Zhuangzi Buddhism for the time being. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not want to miss this opportunity. "I'll just have to wait for them to separate. As soon as they separate, I'll be able to carry out my plan." Duan Lingtian waited silently as he stared at Xiezong and Duan Lingtian from afar. As the strongest weapons specialist on Earth in his past life, Duan Lingtian's tracking ability was extraordinary. Although the Zhuangzi Buddhism elder next to Xiezong was a powerhouse at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he still did not notice Duan Lingtian spying on him. About 15 minutes later, perhaps God had heard Duan Lingtian's thoughts. The Zhuangzi Buddhism elder next to Xiezong finally separated from him. At the same time, the distance between them increased. When the distance between them reached a certain distance, the Zhuangzi Buddhism elder at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage would take the initiative to move closer to Xiezong. It was as though he was intentionally keeping a certain distance from Xiezong, so Xiezong would not leave the range of his divine consciousness. Xiezong was the son of the Golden Lion King, one of the four kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism. Since Xiezong had come with him, it was only natural that he had to keep an eye on Xiezong. Otherwise, if something happened to Xiezong, he would not be able to bear the consequences, even if he returned to the Zhuangzi Buddhism. Although he was at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage, he was like an ant in front of the Golden Lion King. This was because the Golden Lion King was a Zhuangzi Buddhism Karmapa, and all the Zhuangzi Buddhism Karmapa were at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage or above. This is the time. Soon after, Duan Lingtian discovered there was quite a distance between them, so he immediately made a move as well. Naturally, when he made his move, his speed was neither too fast nor too slow. It was similar to an ordinary, early, quintessential saint stage martial cultivator. So, soon after, Duan Lingtian arrived near Xiezong. He flew past Xiezong when he was about 10 meters away. Duan Lingtian's approach naturally attracted Xiezong's attention. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian's speed, he did not even look at Duan Lingtian. He thought Duan Lingtian was only an early quintessential saint stage martial cultivator who posed no threat to him. Whoosh! Just as Duan Lingtian was about to pass by Xiezong, Duan Lingtian suddenly raised his hand as though he had caught something. Then he came to an abrupt halt. Xiezong felt as though he was facing a formidable enemy when he saw Duan Lingtian's actions. He immediately came to a halt and stared at Duan Lingtian fiercely. He extended his divine consciousness in an attempt to probe Duan Lingtian's cultivation base through Duan Lingtian's soul. Early quintessential saint stage. Xiezong was relieved when he discovered Duan Lingtian's cultivation base. He felt he had been overly cautious. A mere early quintessential saint stage powerhouse was not a threat to him at all. He didn't stop because of me. Xiezong shook his head when he saw Duan Lingtian did not even look at him. He was about to leave when he saw Duan Lingtian had come to a halt. At this moment, Azura Saber, Duan Lingtian cried out in surprise. Xiezong's eyes lit up immediately. Azura Saber? Wasn't that one of the super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking? Why would this early quintessential saint stage disciple suddenly say Azura Saber? Was there a reason behind this? Xiezong discovered something else. The early quintessential saint stage disciple who did not look at Xiezong initially glanced at his surroundings secretly after he cried out Azura Saber. When he saw Xiezong, horror dawned on his face. Then he saw the Azura Saber. After taking a deep breath, the early quintessential saint stage disciple turned and headed west. He mentioned the Azura Saber first, and now he's heading west? He seemed to have raised his hand earlier. He must have received a voice transmission jade token. Could it be that the voice transmission jade token contains news about the Azura Saber? It said that the Azura Saber appeared in the western region some time ago. Now that he's heading to the western region, many thoughts appeared in Xiezong's mind at once. Let's follow him and see. Perhaps he really has news about the Azura Saber. If I can obtain the Azura Saber and give it to Father, I'm sure Father will be happy. A hint of greed flashed in Xiezong's eyes as he followed the early quintessential saint stage disciple whom he had his eyes on. The purple-clad young man had dashing eyebrows and bright eyes. He was a handsome young man. I feel like I've seen this person somewhere before. Xiezong, who was following the purple-clad young man to the west, found the purple-clad young man's figure familiar. However, he could not recall where he had seen this person before. However, he was certain this person was not a stranger to him. He had never seen this purple-clad young man before. Otherwise, it was impossible for him not to recognize him. Elder Chu, I have something to attend to. I'll meet you later. As he followed the purple-clad young man, Xiazong sent a voice transmission to Elder Zhuangzi Buddhism, who was at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage through divine consciousness. Xiazong immediately left the detection range of Elder Chu's divine consciousness. He did not want Elder Zhuangzi Buddhism, who was at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage, to know about the Azura Saber. Otherwise, he would not be able to obtain the Azura Saber. Although Elder Zhuangzi Buddhism could not compare to his father in terms of status and strength in Zoroastrianism, Elder Chu was still a Saint Celestial stage disciple. However, the Black Kshetra sect's elder had a Karmapa as well. If he gave the Azura Saber to the Karmapa, it would have nothing to do with him and his father. That was not what he wanted. Chapter 2112. Chu Tansheng was the Zhuangzi Buddhism elder who had parted ways with Xiazong not long ago. His cultivation base was at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Although he was far away from Xiazong, his divine consciousness was constantly on Xiazong, keeping an eye on Xiazong's safety. If Xiazong was in danger, Chu Tansheng would immediately sense it and rush to Xiazong's side to save him. However, Chu Tansheng knew nothing about Xiazong's surroundings. This was because the focus of his divine sense was always on Xiazong. Only when Xiazong had any unusual movements would he be able to detect it. As for who appeared or what happened near Xiazong, as long as it did not affect Xiazong's safety, Chu Tansheng would not be alarmed, because he had no time to be distracted. Elder Chu, I have something to attend to. I'll meet you later. Suddenly, Xiazong's voice came through Chu Tansheng's divine sense, causing Chu Tansheng to be stunned. When Chu Tansheng regained his senses, he discovered Xiazong had left his divine consciousness. Xiazong had already left the detection range of his divine sense. Even if he spread out his divine sense at the right time and focused on the surrounding situation, he still did not discover Xiazong's whereabouts. Xiazong is really spoiled by the Golden Lion King. Doesn't he know that danger lurks everywhere in the city of sin? Chu Tansheng's expression darkened when he realized that even though he had extended his divine consciousness to search for Xiazong's whereabouts, he still could not find anything. I hope he's fine. Otherwise, the Golden Lion King will kill me when I return to the Zhuangzi Buddhism. Among the 4 kings of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Golden Lion King was the most hot-tempered one. None of those who died in the Golden Lion King's hands had a complete corpse. Let's continue searching. When Chu Tansheng thought about how terrifying the Golden Lion King was, he no longer had the mood to purchase resources. He began to search for Xiazong in Sin City. Unfortunately, he began his search in the east. When he couldn't find any trace of Xiazong in the east of Sin City, Xiazong had already left Sin City with the purple-clad young man and arrived at the west gate of Sin City. The Azura Saber. The reason Xiazong had set his eyes on the purple-clad young man and followed him out of Sin City was because of the purple-clad young man's cry of surprise. It made Xiazong realize that the purple-clad young man had obtained clues about the Azura Saber. The purple-clad young man had turned west in time. This confirmed Chu Tansheng's suspicion. For this reason, he had followed the purple-clad young man. His target was the Azura Saber, one of the 10 Super Saint weapons rankings, 10 Super Saint weapons. The purple-clothed youth that Xiazong was staring at was none other than Duan was. It's a success. When Duan Lingtian discovered he had successfully lured Xiazong out, he could not help but feel excited, even though he was mentally prepared. Yes. Was he elders to kill? Was he's? Old was he was Buddhism, s. Xieli Dan En was Long's long. This was the only way he could be sure Xiazong would not be killed by Elder Zhuangzi Buddhism after he killed Xiazong. If he wanted Xiazong to leave Elder Zhuangzi Buddhism's side, he would need something that Xiazong was unwilling to share. At this moment, Duan Lingtian thought about the Azura Saber. The Azura Saber was a Super Saint weapon. It was ranked on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking. The reason Duan Ling Tian brought it up was because he had heard a piece of news in Sin City some time ago. Not long ago, the Super Saint weapon, the Azura Saber, had appeared in the Western region. Now, almost everyone in Sin City knew about this news. Since the Zhuangzi Buddhism was right next to Sin City, they must have heard about it as well. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian was certain Xiazong had heard about it as well. Therefore, he planned to use the Super Saint weapon, the Azura Saber, to lure Xiazong out of Sin City. He wanted Xiazong to leave Elder Zhuangzi Buddhism's side. Before they left Sin City, Hua Lao had informed Duan Ling Tian that Xiazong had killed Xiazong. Xiazong had left Elder Zhuangzi Buddhism's side. Now that they had left Sin City, Duan Ling Tian knew it was time for him to make his move. However, he was not in a hurry to make his move. Instead, he continued to head west. The further I go, the safer I'll be. This was Duan Ling Tian's thought. Humph. Xiazong, you can only blame yourself for being too greedy, even if you die today. There are only 10 Super Saint weapons in the Dao Martial Saint Land. You're not satisfied with just one Super Saint weapon, and you want a second one? Duan Ling Tian snorted inwardly as he continued to head west. Do you really think you're favored by God? Duan Ling Tian knew very well that Xiazong was the one who had killed Xiazong. The reason Xiazong had followed him alone was because he wanted to take the Azura Saber for himself. This time, he had taken advantage of one of the weaknesses in human nature to lure Xiazong out. At this moment, it seemed like Xiazong was an insatiable person. When they were about 10,000 miles away from Sin City, Duan Ling Tian finally came to a halt. He immediately mobilized the Sun Saint energy in his body and released it without holding back. Devouring Tactic. Duan Ling Tian instantly cast the divine ability, the Devouring Tactic, and caused the Sun Saint energy he released to form a whirlpool. As soon as the whirlpool appeared, it began to devour the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surrounding area. At the same time, the Sun Saint energy in Duan Ling Tian's body rose at a ridiculous speed. In the beginning, Duan Ling Tian's Sun Saint energy was comparable to the saint origin of a powerhouse at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, after casting the divine ability, the Devouring Tactic, Duan Ling Tian's Sun Saint energy had risen again. Although it did not rise to the saint origin of a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage, it was very close to the saint origin of a powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. After breaking through to the early quintessential saint stage, my Sun Saint energy has risen a lot as well. Now, even if I don't use the Jasper, Celestial Sword, ordinary powerhouses at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage are no match for me with the various divine abilities and techniques I've mastered. Duan Ling Tian felt his body was filled with explosive energy when he sensed the Sun Saint energy in his body that had become extremely powerful after being enhanced by the divine ability, the Devouring Tactic. He could not wait to find someone and fight for 300 rounds. If I use the Jasper Celestial Sword, no one below the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage is a match for me. Even an ordinary powerhouse at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage wouldn't be able to escape death if I use the Jasper Celestial Sword. Duan Ling Tian's confidence grew when he thought of this. It's just as well. I don't want Xiazong to die so easily. Now that I've broken through to the early quintessential saint stage, I can slowly toy with him with the various divine abilities and techniques I have. I'm going to let him have a good taste of what regret and despair are like. When Duan Ling Tian recalled Elder Ku and the black armored army soldiers who were killed by Xiazong in such a domineering manner in the Azure Cloud Mansion, fury rose in his heart. It was as though a prairie fire was about to burst out at any moment. Why did he stop all of a sudden? What's he doing? Why does it feel like his energy has undergone such a huge change in just a blink of an eye? Did he cast an assist-type divine ability earlier? Xiazong, who had been tailing Duan Ling Tian, came to a halt when he saw Duan Lingtian had stopped moving. Soon after, he noticed the strange movement in Duan Lingtian's body. In just a blink of an eye, the purple-clad young man whose cultivation base was only at the early quintessential saint stage possessed energy that was even stronger than the saint origin of an ordinary powerhouse at the second form of the saint celestial stage. Although it was not as strong as the saint origin of a powerhouse at the third form of the saint celestial stage, it was not much different. Looks like this guy seems to have quite a few secrets on him. Even then, Xiazong did not feel any sense of danger. After all, even after Duan Lingtian had cast all sorts of techniques, his strength was still weaker than his. Xiazong had not even cast any techniques yet. He was confident he could defeat Duan Lingtian if he cast all his divine abilities. Xiazong! However, just as Xiazong was immersed in his thoughts, a thunderous voice rang out beside his ear. "You're right." Xiazong found the voice familiar. It was as though he had heard it before. However, he could not recall where he had heard it from. When Xiazong regained his senses, he saw the purple-clad young man had turned around. He did not know when the purple-clad young man whom he had been tailing had turned around and soared through the clouds. He was standing not far away from Xiazong, staring at him. You noticed me?" Xiazong's expression changed slightly when he realized Duan Lingtian had noticed him. Moreover, Duan Lingtian seemed to know him. Otherwise, how could Duan Lingtian know his name? "I intentionally lured you out. Do you think I wouldn't notice you were tailing me?" Duan Lingtian said disdainfully as he stared at Xiazong coldly. You lured me out?" Xiazong would have lived in vain if he still could not figure out what was going on when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian had mentioned the super saint weapon, the Azure Saber, to lure him out. Xiazong's expression darkened as he looked around warily. He thought Duan Lingtian had other helpers since he did not think Duan Lingtian alone was a match for him. "There's no need to look around. There's only the two of us here." Duan Lingtian naturally knew what Xiazong was thinking when he saw Xiazong's reaction. He could not help but sneer. Chapter 21:13. It's just the two of us. Xiazong did not believe Duan Lingtian's words. He continued to look around. He extended his divine consciousness and probed every corner in the surroundings. It was as though he would not rest until he found the person hiding in the dark. Duan Lingtian was speechless when he saw Xiazong's actions. However, he did not say anything. His gaze gradually turned cold. Xiazong, who was being stared at, felt as though he had fallen into an ice cave. After a shudder, he regained his senses and looked at Duan Lingtian. At this moment, he could clearly feel the killing intent rising from Duan Lingtian's body. "Who are you? Why did you lure me out?" Xiazong asked in a deep voice. At the same time, he was still vigilant of his surroundings. He was afraid someone would appear from the side and attack him. Whether it was the figure or the voice of the purple-clad young man before him, he felt a sense of familiarity. It was as though he had seen or heard of him before. However, he could not recall where he had seen or heard of him. He had no clue at all. However, he was certain that he had never seen this purple-clad young man before. At the very least, he had never seen this purple-clad young man's face. Moreover, he was certain there were no signs of disguise on this person's face. Due to this reason, he was extremely puzzled. Who was this purple-clad young man? Why did he lure him out? Why did it give him such a familiar feeling? Who am I? Duan Lingtian laughed when he heard Xiazong's question. His laughter gradually became louder and louder. In the end, he laughed heartily as though he had gone mad. "What are you laughing about?" Duan Lingtian's laughter sent chills down Xiazong's spine. He immediately cried out, "Brat, do you know who I am? I'm a Xian. I know you're an elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism. I also know your father is the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism." Before Xiazong could finish speaking, Duan Lingtian, who had stopped laughing mercilessly, interrupted him. If this is all you want to say to me, there's no need for you to do so. This is because I know everything about you. Otherwise, why didn't I lure others out but you? In the end, Duan Lingtian took a deep look at Xiazong as a mocking smile appeared on his face. You. Who are you? Xiazong's expression changed rapidly, and his tone became increasingly gloomy. At this time, even if he did not feel that the purple-clothed young man in front of him was a match for him, he still felt an inexplicable sense of danger. He thought that this sense of crisis was given to him by the purple-clothed young man's hidden helper. Therefore, his divine sense continued to extend and spread out as he continued to investigate the surroundings. Xiazong, open your eyes wide and take a good look. Who am I? Duan Lingtian's voice suddenly changed, and at the same time, the muscles on his face began to contort. In the end, in front of Xiazong, it was a completely different face, and this face was also his true appearance. Xiazong's pupils constricted abruptly when he saw Duan Lingtian's true appearance. His face was filled with astonishment and disbelief, and his throat trembled as if it was stuck in his throat, causing him to be unable to make a sound for a long time. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. When Duan Lingtian revealed his true appearance, Xiazong naturally recognized Duan Lingtian. Previously, he had snatched the Devil Seal Tablet, one of the 10 great Super Saint weapons on the 10 great Saint weapons ranking, from this person in front of him. If it was not for the fact that Duan Lingtian was a 9-clawed dragon warrior, he would have killed him back then. Naturally, he did not kill Duan Lingtian back then, because he did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to achieve much even if he was a 9-clawed dragon warrior. When he was in the Azure Cloud Mansion, he had used his divine consciousness to check Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root. He was certain Duan Lingtian only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. In his opinion, although a person with a yellow innate spiritual root was considered to have a high innate talent in the lower province, it was not worth mentioning in the upper province. He did not think Duan Lingtian was a threat, and he was worried killing Duan Lingtian, who was a 9-clawed dragon warrior, would bring trouble to himself. Due to this reason, he did not kill Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. How's this possible? How's it possible that it's you? Xiazong finally regained his senses. When he regained his senses, he could not help but gasp. Then he looked at Duan Lingtian in shock and disbelief. His eyes shone with disbelief as he looked at Duan Lingtian. He did not expect this at all. After casting his divine ability, this purple-clad young man whose strength was almost on par with his was actually Duan Lingtian, whom he had met in the Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province. In the past, in his eyes, Duan Lingtian possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. Moreover, it was a light yellow innate spiritual root. Even if he came to the upper province from the lower province, he would only be at the peak of the exemplary saint stage at most. It would be difficult for him to break through to the quintessential saint stage. Even if he was lucky enough to break through to the quintessential saint stage, it would be difficult for him to make any more progress in the future. In the eyes of a saint celestial stage powerhouse like him, even if Duan Lingtian grew stronger in the future, he would still be an ant that was not worth mentioning and posed no threat to him at all. However, he had never expected that. In just 1 or 2 years, Duan Lingtian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province, who was like an ant in his eyes, had actually grown so strong that his strength was almost on par with him. Xiazong. Duan Lingtian ignored Xiazong's shock. He looked at Xiazong with an increasingly cold gaze. He said in a deep voice, "That day, after you killed Elder Ku of my Azure Cloud Mansion and took away my Devil Seal Tablet, you went back on your word and said you wanted to kill everyone in the Azure Cloud Mansion. At that time, I swore in my heart that if I, Duan Lingtian, don't kill you in this lifetime, I'm not a man. Today, it's time for me to fulfill my oath." In the beginning, Duan Lingtian's voice was extremely cold. However, in the end, his voice was no longer cold. It was strangely calm. However, the murderous intent on his body continued to rise. Killing intent could be seen in the depths of his eyes. Ha 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 ha. When Xiezong heard Duan Lingtian's words and confirmed that there was no one hiding in the dark, he could not help but laugh maniacally. Duan Lingtian watched on calmly. After a short moment, Xiezong's laughter stopped, and he revealed a disdainful expression as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, although I don't know what fortuitous encounter you obtained, to actually be able to walk to this step with such a lousy natural talent in the martial Tao in a short 1 or 2 years. However, do you really think you can defeat me now? Although Xiezong was shocked and in disbelief by Duan Lingtian's improvement in just 1 or 2 years, he knew he was already clear. However, he was clearly aware that what was done could not be undone. No matter how shocked he was, it was useless. For this reason, he managed to calm down. At the same time, he could faintly guess. Duan Lingtian must have relied on his current strength and the ability to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior to challenge him. With the strength Duan Lingtian currently displayed, it might be difficult for him to defeat Xiezong if he transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. However, there was a high chance he could fight Xiezong to a draw. Even then, Xiezong was not afraid at all. He, Xiezong, was the only son of the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism. Apart from his strength, how could he not rely on anything else? If he transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, I should be able to fight him to a draw at most. However, what's the harm in playing with him? When I'm tired of playing with him, I'll use the voice transmission Jade token to inform Elder Chu to come over. Even if he's stronger than me, I won't be able to wait for Elder Chu to come over. If he really pushes me too far, I'll send him to hell with just a Tao talisman. When he thought up to here, Xiezong's heart calmed down, and he no longer had any fear towards Duan Lingtian. You'll find out soon enough whether I've defeated you or not, Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. At the same time, his body suddenly jolted. In just a blink of an eye, vast and majestic sun saint energy surged out of Duan Lingtian's body and transformed into a pair of flaming wings on his back. The wings were extremely realistic. The flaming wings seemed to raise the temperature of the air by a few degrees. Golden Crow's wings. This was the movement divine ability Duan Lingtian had cast. To be more precise, it was a high-grade movement divine ability. You're the prodigy of Zoroastrianism, Duan Lingtian. As soon as Duan Lingtian cast his movement divine ability and formed a pair of Golden Crow's wings on his back, Xiezong, who was looking at Duan Lingtian with disdain, cried out in surprise. If one listened carefully, they would be able to tell that Xiezong's voice was trembling. Xiezong's voice trembled slightly when he spoke. Upon seeing this, Xiezong recalled the assist-type divine ability that Duan Lingtian had cast earlier. He could not help but recall the new prodigy of Zoroastrianism who had recently become famous in the Tao martial saint land. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was a prodigy of Zoroastrianism who had recently risen to prominence. Not long after his rise to prominence, he had defeated Buhong and replaced him as the second prodigy of Zoroastrianism. Moreover, he was ranked at the 421st place on the Supreme Saint ranking. When Duan Lingtian, the prodigy of Zoroastrianism, became famous, news of him mastering 4 high-grade divine abilities spread like wildfire in the upper province of the Tao martial saint land, shocking everyone. It was not unusual for a powerhouse from the older generation to master 4 high-grade divine abilities. However, as a prodigy of Zoroastrianism, Duan Lingtian, who was one of the younger generation of Zoroastrianism, had mastered 4 high-grade divine abilities. This was extremely rare in the history of the Tao martial saint land. For this reason, news of Duan Lingtian mastering 4 high-grade divine abilities had spread in the upper province of the Tao martial saint land. Xiazong, who was from the Zhuangzi Buddhism, had also heard about it. Golden crow's wings. Chapter 2114. When Xiazong saw Duan Lingtian casting the divine ability, the golden crow's wings, he instantly confirmed his other identity. He was the second heavenly pride of Zoroastrianism, Duan Lingtian. Although he had seen the portrait of the Duan Lingtian from Zoroastrianism, Xiazong did not recognize Duan Lingtian. The appearance of that Duan Lingtian was different from the appearance of the current Duan Lingtian, as well as the appearance of the Duan Lingtian just now. Moreover, the people of Zoroastrianism also confirmed that Duan Lingtian was not in disguise. However, after witnessing Duan Lingtian use a mysterious secret technique to disguise himself, he could easily guess that Duan Lingtian had also changed his appearance when he was in Zoroastrianism. However, he still used the name Duan Lingtian. I didn't expect you to recognize me as the Duan Lingtian from Zoroastrianism with just 2 divine abilities. Hearing Xiazong's exclamation, Duan Lingtian knew that Xiazong recognized him as the Duan Lingtian from Zoroastrianism. Eating alone, he did not show too much surprise. After all, he had already displayed 2 divine abilities in front of Xiazong. At this time, if Xiazong still did not connect him with the Duan Lingtian from Zoroastrianism, it would mean that Xiazong was too ignorant or slow to react. Of course, the reason why Xiazong only reacted now was because the news that the Duan Lingtian from Zoroastrianism was a 9-clawed dragon warrior was only circulated within Zoroastrianism. It was not widely circulated outside. In fact, this news had also spread from Zoroastrianism. However, because not many people outside believed it, it did not spread, let alone to the Zhuangzi Buddhism of the central region. The reason they did not believe it was because the identity of a 9-clawed dragon warrior was too illusory. To the people in the Tao Martial Saint Land, a 9-clawed dragon warrior was a legendary existence. It was elusive, and one could only dream of it, but not reach it. For this reason, Xiazong did not know that the Duan Lingtian from Zoroastrianism knew how to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Otherwise, he would have already confirmed it. The Duan Lingtian from Zoroastrianism was Duan, the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province, whom he had snatched the Devil Seal tablet away from. You didn't expect this, and neither did I. Xiazong's eyes turned cold as he said in a deep voice, If I knew you would grow to such an extent, I wouldn't have held back in the Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province. Hold back? Duan Lingtian could not help but laugh when he heard Xiazong's words. Xiazong, if I'm not mistaken, you didn't kill me because you were afraid of my identity as a 9-clawed dragon warrior, right? Of course, you must also think that with my innate talent in the martial Tao, I'll never be able to catch up to you. If that's not the case, would you have shown me mercy? What a joke! Duan Lingtian's words had exposed Xiazong's thoughts, causing Xiazong's face to turn green and pale. Now, are you regretting not killing me? When Duan Lingtian saw the changes in Xiazong's expression, he continued to say, Are you thinking that if you had killed me back then, I wouldn't have grown to this stage today? It's a pity that there's no medicine for regret in this world. Today, I, Duan Lingtian, will fulfill the oath I made to kill you, Xiazong, to avenge Elder Ku, and to avenge the 10 black armored army soldiers of my Azure Cloud Mansion. When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, his voice was as loud as a clap of thunder. At the same time, he revealed his desire for revenge. Regret. Duan Lingtian's words caused Xiazong to regain his senses. After he regained his senses, he was stunned for a moment before he sneered. Duan Lingtian, don't you think you've overestimated yourself? I admit that you're quite strong. However, it's hard to say who's stronger between you and me. Do you think you're certain you can defeat me? In the end, Xiazong sneered again. You'll find out soon enough whether I'm certain I can defeat you or not. Duan Lingtian did not plan to waste his breath on Xiazong. When he spoke again, he made his move. The pair of golden crow wings on his back suddenly flapped. In the next moment, boom, 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 boom. As the sound of explosions reverberated in the air, Duan Lingtian's figure flashed and disappeared from his spot. He charged toward Xiazong at lightning speed. His speed was not inferior to a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. I'd like to see how strong you, the second strongest prodigy in Zoroastrianism, are. Xiazong was not afraid at all when faced with Duan Lingtian, who was charging at him menacingly. He replied coldly as he made his move. His saint origin that he had been accumulating for a long time suddenly erupted. In the next moment, Xiazong shot up into the sky as though he was riding on a cloud. His speed was not any slower than Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Xiazong had cast an assist-type divine ability and a movement divine ability consecutively. Otherwise, his speed would not have been so fast. Not long ago, the existence that was like an ant in my eyes actually possessed a strength that is not inferior to mine. Xiazong's heart sank when he realized Duan Lingtian's speed was not inferior to his. His expression turned grave immediately. After all, Duan Lingtian had not transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior yet. Once Duan Lingtian transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, his speed would increase. It would not be difficult for him to surpass Xiazong. Damn it! How did Duan Lingtian master 2 powerful high-grade divine abilities in such a short time? I heard he has mastered 2 other high-grade divine abilities as well. One of them is an offensive divine ability, and the other is a defensive divine ability. His defensive divine ability is the number 1 defensive divine ability in Zoroastrianism, the Black Turtle's Barrier. Xiazong was displeased when he thought about this. As expected of the son of the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism, although Xiazong has just broken through to the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage, in terms of speed, ordinary cultivators at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage, such as Buhong, the true disciple of Zoroastrianism, are no match for him. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised when he saw Xiazong's speed. He could tell Xiazong had cast a high-grade movement divine ability. As for the assist-type divine ability, it should be a medium-grade assist-type divine ability. 9-clawed dragon warrior. Although Duan Lingtian did not plan to use the Jasper celestial sword to kill Xiazong, he was not stingy with his other techniques. When he discovered Xiazong's speed was on par with his, he immediately transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian had transformed from a human into a monster with a human head and a dragon's body. This was the form of a 9-clawed dragon warrior. There's no need for me to hide my strength anymore. I'll let Xiazong know what despair is. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian no longer held back as he activated his strength as a 9-clawed dragon warrior. At this moment, apart from the Jasper celestial sword, Duan Lingtian had used all the techniques he had at his disposal. He no longer held back. Before Duan Lingtian transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, his speed was already on par with Xiazong. However, now that he had transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, Duan Lingtian's speed had increased to another level. He had completely surpassed Xiazong's speed. Xiazong! Duan Lingtian suddenly shouted as he charged towards Xiazong at an even faster speed. He was getting closer and closer to Xiazong. Damn it! After witnessing Duan Lingtian's speed, Xiazong knew he would not be able to gain an advantage in terms of speed. For this reason, he did not continue to move. Instead, he came to a halt. After he came to a halt, he raised his hand and a 7-foot-long spear appeared in his hand. Whoosh! The long spear shook, causing the air to tremble. Ripples began to spread in all directions. Along with the ripples, an extremely sharp aura could be felt. This aura was not something an ordinary saint weapon would possess. 1,000 inscriptions, saint weapon. Duan Lingtian exclaimed in surprise. He did not expect Xiezong, a mere Zhuangzi Buddhism elder at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage, would possess 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon. However, when he thought about Xiezong's other identity, he felt relieved. It was not difficult for the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 kings of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, to obtain 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon for his son. I didn't expect you to be able to recognize 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon. Xiezong smirked. He shook the long spear in his hand as terrifying Saint Origin surged out. At this moment, all the martial tactics, divine abilities, and 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon that Xiezong had mastered exploded. Xiezong attacked with all his might. Boom! When the long spear swept out, a thunderous sound reverberated in the sky. It seemed to drown out all other sounds in the world. Swoosh! Almost at the same time, a short-lived sword cry resonated in the air as a sword ray shot out toward the 1,000 inscriptions saint spear. When Duan Lingtian made his move, Xiezong saw a sword ray that flashed for a moment before it entered his eyes. 1,000 inscriptions saint sword. With his spiritual eyes, it was easy for Xiezong to see how extraordinary Duan Lingtian's sword was. When he sensed the aura on it was similar to his 1,000 inscriptions saint spear, he knew it was 1,000 inscriptions saint sword. Initially, Xiezong thought he had the upper hand in terms of saint weapons. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian using the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword, his expression changed drastically. Clang! The sound of metal clashing reverberated in the air as the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword and 1,000 inscriptions saint spear collided. The energy contained in the 2 weapons clashed with each other, creating a series of thunderous booms. However, compared to the sound of metal colliding, the sound was like the buzzing of a mosquito. PFFF. After a while, Xiezong finally fell into a disadvantageous position. He was affected by the aftershock of the collision and flew out like an arrow from a bow. His face was pale, and he spat out a mouthful of black and red blood. The blood splattered in the air. It was dazzling. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.